I had planned the cabin trip for months, not in the sense of planning each minute, but in a slow, steady preparation that allowed me to feel ready for the isolation, for the quiet, for the break from the constant hum of the city. It was late October when I finally drove the last few miles along the gravel road that led to the cabin. The trees were a tangle of reds, oranges, and yellows, their leaves brittle and whispering with the wind. I parked my car near the small wooden structure, the tires crunching against the frost-hardened dirt, and paused for a moment to take it all in. The air was crisp, the smell of damp earth mixed with smoke from the distant chimneys, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. I was alone, truly alone, and there was a certain thrill in that knowledge, a mix of freedom and unease that made my chest tighten with anticipation. The cabin itself was modest, built of rough-hewn logs and weathered by years of harsh winters. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the small porch creaked under the weight of the leaves that had collected there. I had been told by the previous owner that it was sturdy, that it had stood against storms and heavy snow without issue. Still, standing in front of it, I noticed the details. The cracks in the wood near the corners, the rusted nails, the way the windows reflected the fading light. It was not perfect, but it had character, a kind of quiet resilience that made me feel both comforted and wary. I hoisted my backpack, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The interior smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. Light filtered through the small windows, dust motes dancing in the narrow shafts of sun. The cabin had a single room that served as living area and kitchen, a tiny loft above for sleeping, and a small bathroom tucked into the corner. I set my things down and began to unpack, placing my food supplies in the old metal cabinet, laying my sleeping bag neatly across the loft bed, and stacking firewood near the stone fireplace. Every movement felt deliberate, almost ritualistic, as though preparing the cabin was a way of claiming it, of ensuring that the space was truly mine for the coming days. Night came quickly, the forest around the cabin darkening with almost unnatural speed. The last of the light vanished, and a heavy quiet settled over the area. I lit the fire in the fireplace, the wood crackling and sending up small sparks that danced briefly before fading into the chimney. The warmth spread slowly, and I sank into a chair near the hearth, listening to the silence outside. It was not peaceful in the conventional sense. It was a quiet that carried weight, a presence of nature undisturbed by human interference. The wind moved through the trees, sometimes soft and whispering, sometimes sharp and rattling the cabin's exterior. I felt a thrill of tension, a primal awareness that I was completely exposed, completely alone. The first night passed without incident, though I woke several times to the sounds outside. Branches snapping, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an animal. Each sound I cataloged mentally, trying to reassure myself that none of it was truly threatening, that it was all part of the natural rhythm of the forest. I reminded myself that the cabin was solid, that the door and windows were secure, that I had brought a small knife for emergencies. Still, sleep was shallow, and I awoke repeatedly to the dark, listening. The days that followed were a mixture of routine and exploration. I spent hours chopping firewood, fetching water from a small stream a few hundred meters from the cabin, and cooking simple meals over the fire. The physical labor was exhausting but satisfying. It made me acutely aware of every sound, every movement around me, because in the forest, every sound could signify life or danger. One afternoon, I went for a hike up a nearby ridge, following an old trail that was partially overgrown. The incline was steep, and the ground beneath my feet was damp and slippery with fallen leaves. At the top, the view opened to a vast expanse of forest, the colors of autumn stretching as far as I could see. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling small in the enormity of it, and yet strangely alive. As the sun dipped lower, I realized I had underestimated the time it would take to return. The forest was changing with the fading light, shadows lengthened, and the trees blended into one another until it became nearly impossible to distinguish the trail. I quickened my pace, my boots crunching against the leaves, but the forest seemed to close in around me. Every turn looked familiar, yet nothing matched my memory. My heartbeat quickened as the reality of being lost set in. I stopped to catch my breath and tried to retrace my steps. I checked the position of the sun, but it was nearly gone, leaving only the dim, cold light of dusk. Panic began to creep in, a slow, tightening sensation in my chest. I forced myself to slow down, to think logically. I remembered the stream I had crossed earlier, a small body of water that ran parallel to the ridge. If I could find it again, I could follow it downstream back to the cabin. I moved carefully, listening for the faint gurgle of water, feeling my way through the dense underbrush. The forest was alive with sound. Distant birds calling their last cries of the day, the wind moving the branches, something larger shifting behind the trees. I could not see it, but I knew I was not alone. The tension was unbearable, each snap of a branch or rustle of leaves making me freeze, straining to listen. After what felt like hours but was likely only half an hour, I heard the water. Relief washed over me, but I was not yet safe. Following the stream was slow and treacherous. The banks were steep, the rocks slick with moss. I slipped once, catching myself with a hand on the muddy ground, my heart pounding. Finally, the cabin came into view, a small silhouette against the darkening trees. I ran the last few meters, the relief almost overwhelming as I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. That night, I sat by the fire, my body exhausted and shaking, but my mind alert. I realized that the forest was far more unpredictable than I had anticipated. The sense of isolation I had sought was now a palpable force, a reminder that I was at the mercy of my surroundings. Sleep was uneasy, punctuated by the sounds of the night. A branch snapping too close to the cabin, the distant howl of a coyote, the creaking of the old wooden structure as it settled. I kept the fire going longer than usual, watching the flames dance, my senses on edge. The following day, I decided to explore the perimeter of the property more carefully. The cabin was on a small clearing surrounded by dense forest, and the trees were thick enough that a person could easily become disoriented. I marked my path with small strips of cloth tied to branches, moving slowly and deliberately. The forest floor was littered with leaves and fallen branches, making each step noisy. I kept imagining someone or something watching me, though I knew it was unlikely. Still, the feeling persisted, a gnawing anxiety that I could not shake. I reached the far edge of the property, where the ground sloped sharply down to a creek below. The water was clear and cold, rushing over rocks. I drank sparingly, aware that I needed to ration my resources. As I turned to head back, I noticed footprints along the edge of the creek, human and relatively fresh. My stomach sank. I retraced them carefully, following the direction they led. They disappeared into the trees, and I was left with the unsettling realization that I was not entirely alone in this remote place. For the next 2 days, I remained in the cabin, careful to secure the door and windows. Every sound outside made me tense. Every shadow in the fading light felt like it could conceal something. I began to notice the little things. The way the wind shifted and carried sound. The way the light fell differently as clouds moved across the sky. The subtle noises of wildlife settling in for the night. My senses were hyper-aware, and I realized that the tension had become a part of me. I could no longer ignore the potential danger in my surroundings, nor could I allow myself to become complacent. I made a routine of checking the perimeter, keeping a fire going, and keeping my supplies organized and within reach. Sleep remained fitful, punctuated by dreams of being followed, of something unseen moving just beyond the trees. On the 4th day, the situation escalated. I had gone to gather firewood in a small stand of trees a few hundred meters from the cabin when I heard voices. Not distant, faint, or muffled, but close, clear, human voices. They were low, urgent, and seemed to move through the trees in a pattern that suggested someone, or multiple people, was searching. I froze, my body rigid, listening. I could not make out words, but the tone was unmistakable. Tension, urgency, perhaps even anger. I crouched low, pressed against a tree trunk, and waited. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be hunters? Trespassers? Someone lost like me? Or something more dangerous? I knew I had to be careful. Moving slowly, I retraced my steps back toward the cabin, making sure to stay downwind and out of sight. Each step was measured, deliberate, and silent. By the time I reached the cabin, the voices had faded into the distance, replaced by the usual rustle of leaves and wind. My hands shook as I bolted the door, secured the I had been looking forward to this trip for months. My life had been a constant grind lately, with work piling on, and the city feeling smaller and smaller every day. The idea of spending a week alone in a remote cabin, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence, had been my only escape. I didn't want distractions, and I wanted to be completely off the grid. I packed my old backpack carefully, making sure I had all the essentials: food for the week, water, a small stove, a first aid kit, extra clothing, a flashlight, batteries, and a few books. I even packed a notebook and pen to record my thoughts, in case the solitude started getting to me. I didn't think it would, but I wanted to be prepared. The drive to the cabin was longer than I had expected. I had printed directions, but they were vague, simply telling me to follow the dirt road past the old bridge, then turn right at the fallen tree. At first, it felt exciting, like an adventure from one of the novels I had read as a kid. The paved road turned into gravel, then into dirt, and finally into a narrow track that was overgrown in parts. I had to swerve around tree roots and potholes, my car bouncing violently as I inched along. Occasionally, I would see fresh tracks in the mud, probably deer, maybe a bear, but they didn't worry me. I had hiked enough to know the forest wasn't empty. By the time I finally reached the cabin, the sun was already low in the sky. The cabin was a small, wooden structure built into the edge of a clearing. It was nothing fancy, just a single room with a small loft above, but it had a charm that I liked immediately. The windows were dusty, and the wood had started to weather, turning gray in places, but it looked solid and livable. There was a small stone fire pit outside, and a thin wisp of smoke still rose from a pile of ashes, suggesting someone had been there not long ago. The surrounding trees were dense, and I could hear the quiet hum of insects and the occasional caw of a crow. I parked the car as close to the cabin as I could and unloaded my supplies. The first thing I did was inspect the interior. The cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and mildew, but it wasn't unpleasant. There were a few pieces of old furniture: a small wooden table, 2 chairs, a cot with a thin mattress, and a tiny kitchen counter with a rusted sink. There was a stack of firewood by the wall, and a small stove that looked functional, though I wasn't sure how long it had been since anyone used it. I set down my backpack and lit a candle, just to get a sense of the space in the fading light. That first night was quiet, almost painfully so. I had brought earplugs, but I didn't use them. I wanted to feel the forest around me. Outside, I could hear twigs snapping under the feet of small animals, and sometimes, in the distance, I could hear the low roar of a river or stream, though I hadn't noticed one on the way in. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that moved with the breeze. I slept lightly, waking every so often to the strange sounds of the forest, but nothing felt threatening. The next morning, I set out to explore the area. The cabin was surrounded by dense woods on 3 sides, with the clearing in front extending into a narrow valley. I followed a faint trail along the edge of the trees, noticing animal tracks in the mud, deer, squirrels, and, in one place, a set of larger tracks that I couldn't immediately identify. They were too large for a dog, and the spacing suggested a heavy animal, though I saw no sign of it. I shrugged it off. I had been hiking enough to know that forests are full of wildlife. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I would wake early, make coffee on the small stove, and then explore the surrounding area, taking notes in my notebook about what I saw. I discovered a small stream about half a mile from the cabin, which I used for water after boiling it. I started building a small firewood pile near the entrance, making sure I would have enough for the week. I felt a strange peace in the routine. The forest had its dangers, sure, but there was also a rhythm to it that I found comforting. But then, things started to change. On the 4th day, I noticed that my firewood pile had been disturbed. Pieces of wood that I had stacked neatly were scattered around, and some of the smaller branches I had placed to dry were broken. At first, I thought it might have been the wind, but there hadn't been any significant gusts. I double-checked the cabin, making sure the windows were latched and the door locked. Everything seemed fine inside. I tried not to think about it, but a small knot of unease had formed in my stomach. The next morning, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside. I froze, straining my ears. They were slow, deliberate, and came from the direction of the clearing. I stayed still for several minutes, and then, when I dared, I peeked through the window. Nothing. No one was there, but the ground around the cabin was freshly disturbed, as if someone or something had been walking in the mud. My heart raced, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was a deer or another animal, I told myself. But the steps didn't match any animal I had seen in the area. They were too heavy, too measured. That evening, I decided to sleep with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. I also kept my flashlight within reach. I lay in bed, listening, and that night I heard it again. Footsteps outside, slow and careful, moving around the cabin. They stopped briefly at the edge of the clearing, then retreated into the darkness. I stayed awake, barely breathing, until the first light of dawn. The following day, I ventured further into the woods, trying to shake off the growing fear. I wanted to find another trail, maybe a way out if I needed it. As I walked, I noticed broken branches and disturbed leaves, signs that someone or something had passed this way recently. I followed the trail cautiously, keeping an eye out for any human presence. I found a small campsite a mile away, with a burned-out fire and scraps of food. It looked like someone had been there recently but had left in a hurry. That made my stomach tighten. Whoever it had been, they were no longer there, but that didn't mean they weren't watching. By the 6th day, my fear had grown. I started keeping the cabin door locked at all times, checking the windows before bed, and making sure I had a clear path to my car. Every noise outside made me tense. Every shadow seemed to move. I had considered leaving early, but part of me was stubborn. I wanted to finish the trip, to prove to myself that I could handle the solitude. I rationed my remaining food carefully, making sure I had enough to last until I could drive out. Then, late that afternoon, I saw it. From the window, I noticed a figure at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the trees. It was hunched, moving slowly, almost blending with the shadows. I froze, unsure if it had seen me. I couldn't make out any details, just a shape. I considered hiding, but there was nowhere to hide inside the small cabin. My mind raced with possibilities. A lost hiker, someone camping nearby, or worse. The figure moved closer, then paused at the tree-line. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the figure, but it ducked behind a tree and disappeared. I spent the rest of the day preparing. I packed my essentials into my backpack, made sure my car was ready to go, and gathered some firewood just in case I needed to leave quickly. I slept lightly that night, flashlight in hand, listening for any sign of movement outside. Morning came, and I didn't waste a second. I loaded my backpack, checked the cabin one last time, and got into the car. I started the engine and drove slowly along the dirt road, eyes scanning the edges of the forest. Every sound, the snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, made me tense, but I kept going. The tracks I had noticed earlier were still visible, leading into the woods, but there was no sign of anyone following me. The drive back to the main road was tense. I kept the windows up, the doors locked, and my hands tight on the wheel. At one point, I saw a figure in the distance, standing between two trees, but as I got closer, it disappeared. My stomach churned, but I refused to stop. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the paved road. The relief was immediate. I could see signs of civilization ahead. Houses, power lines, traffic. I exhaled deeply and allowed myself to relax for the first time in days. Once home, I reported the strange campsite and the footprints near the cabin to the local ranger station. They assured me that the area was occasionally frequented by people who wandered in without permission, but nothing criminal had been reported recently. I knew that what I had experienced had been frightening, but also real. There were no ghosts, no fairy tales, just the isolation, the wilderness, and possibly someone else out there, somewhere. The experience changed me. I realized the forest, while beautiful, could be unpredictable and dangerous, and solitude came with its own risks. I never returned to that cabin, but I didn't regret going. I had faced real fear, and I had survived it. I had learned to pay attention to my surroundings, trust my instincts, and respect the unpredictability of nature and of people. The trip ended, the city welcomed me back with its noise and chaos, and yet, I had been planning this trip for months, and when I finally arrived at the small cabin deep in the forest, I felt a sense of relief and excitement that I hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't a modern cabin. In fact, it was more of a wooden shack, weathered by years of wind and rain. The exterior was rough, made of pine logs, with chinking that had started to crumble in some areas. Moss grew in the cracks, and small patches of lichen clung stubbornly to the sides. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, a silent warning that this place had endured many harsh winters. But that was part of the appeal. I wanted to get away from the city, from people, from phones, and from everything that demanded my attention. I wanted silence, isolation, and the chance to feel completely alone in a way that was rare in modern life. The road to the cabin was a narrow dirt path that twisted through dense woods. It had rained heavily the night before, and the ground was soft and muddy. I had driven my old Jeep carefully, feeling every bump and rut in the road as I wound my way through towering pines. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles, sharp and clean in a way that made my chest feel open and free. I parked near the cabin, not bothering with a proper driveway or parking area. The tires sank slightly into the mud, and I cursed quietly under my breath, knowing I would have to be careful when leaving. The cabin's door creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was cold and smelled faintly of dust, old wood, and a hint of dampness. Sunlight filtered through small windows, casting rectangular patterns of light across the wooden floor. The interior was simple, almost bare. A small wood stove sat in one corner, surrounded by a few metal pots. A single table and 2 chairs were near the center of the room. Against one wall stood a narrow bed with a thin mattress and a threadbare blanket. The walls were covered in rough wooden planks, some warped and splintered. There were shelves with jars and cans, remnants from previous occupants, and a small pile of firewood stacked neatly near the stove. I placed my backpack on the table and began unpacking, taking out a few basic supplies: a flashlight, a bottle of water, a small first aid kit, and some non-perishable food. I had brought a few books to read and a notebook to write in, planning to spend a few days entirely alone. After organizing my things, I decided to explore the surrounding area. Outside, the forest was quiet but alive. The trees stretched high, their tops lost in the early morning mist. The ground was covered in fallen leaves, twigs, and scattered rocks. The air was damp and smelled faintly of decaying leaves, moss, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers. I wandered a short distance from the cabin, taking careful note of landmarks and natural markers. There was a small stream nearby, its water clear and cold, trickling over smooth stones. I dipped my hand into the water, feeling the chill bite at my skin. Birds chirped overhead, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. As the sun began to lower in the sky, the forest took on a different character. Shadows stretched long and dark between the trees. The air became cooler, and a faint wind moved through the branches, producing a low, continuous moan. I returned to the cabin to start a fire in the stove. Lighting it was more difficult than I expected, as the dampness in the wood made it slow to catch. Eventually, the flames took hold, filling the cabin with warmth and the comforting smell of burning pine. That night, I went to bed early. The mattress was hard and the blanket thin, but I felt safe inside the cabin. Outside, I could hear the forest at night, the scurrying of small animals, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and occasionally the distant sound of a larger animal moving through the woods. I drifted into a light sleep, the sounds of the forest wrapping around me like a cocoon. The next morning, I woke early. Sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating dust particles that danced in the air. I had a simple breakfast, then set out again to explore further. This time, I ventured deeper into the woods, following the stream upstream. The terrain became rougher, with large roots and fallen branches making footing precarious. After about an hour, I reached a small clearing where the stream widened into a shallow pool. The water was crystal clear, and I could see fish darting between rocks. I filled my water bottle and rested for a while, enjoying the isolation and the sound of flowing water. It was mid-afternoon when I noticed something unusual. The forest felt quieter, unnaturally so. Birds had stopped singing, and even the wind seemed to have stilled. I paused, listening carefully, and that's when I heard it. A low, muffled sound coming from deeper in the forest. It wasn't a bird, not a small animal, but something larger, something moving steadily. My heart rate quickened, and I looked around for cover, but there was none in the open clearing. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a deer, a bear, or some other wild animal. But the sound didn't resemble anything I had heard before. I decided to head back to the cabin quickly. I retraced my steps, moving cautiously, ears straining. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was lower in the sky, casting long, dark shadows across the forest floor. I locked the door, double-checked the windows, and sat near the stove, trying to calm my nerves. That night, the noises outside were closer. At first, I dismissed them as animals, but the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, not random, kept me on edge. I stayed awake for hours, listening as the forest seemed to move around me. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me tense, my mind racing. I knew the nearest town was miles away, and cell service was unreliable, so help was not immediately available. By the third day, the situation escalated. I had gone outside briefly to gather firewood when I noticed fresh footprints near the cabin. They were too large and too deep to be mine or from any small animal. Panic rose in my chest. I tried to think logically. Perhaps someone was hiking nearby, or maybe another cabin dweller had come close. But the isolation of the area made that seem unlikely. I collected as much firewood as I could carry, then returned inside, locking the door and barricading it with a heavy chair. The night was the worst. I could hear the footsteps circling the cabin, stopping occasionally as if the person, or animal, was observing me. I stayed low, huddled near the stove, flashlight in hand, my heart pounding with fear. I didn't sleep. I only sat, listening and waiting. The following morning, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I had to leave. I packed everything as quickly as possible, careful not to make noise. When I opened the door, the footprints were still there, circling around the cabin. I didn't hesitate. I ran down the muddy path, slipping occasionally but pressing forward. Every sound behind me, branches snapping, leaves rustling, made me sprint faster. After what felt like hours, I finally reached my Jeep. My hands shook as I started the engine. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me, but the forest appeared empty. The drive back was tense, every sound outside the Jeep making me flinch. Mud and water splashed onto the sides of the vehicle, and I kept the headlights on full beam, scanning the roadside for movement. Eventually, I reached the main road, a paved surface leading toward civilization. Relief washed over me as I drove further from the cabin, the fear slowly ebbing as the familiar sounds of cars and towns returned. I never went back to that cabin. Weeks later, I looked it up on a map, curious about the area, and discovered it was privately owned and uninhabited. The nearest town was miles away, and the forest around it was dense, with few trails. The experience stayed with me, a constant reminder of how isolating and vulnerable even a small, simple place can make you feel when you are truly alone. The fear had been real, the threat unknown, and the tension unbearable, but I survived. And though I no longer crave isolation in the way I once did, I can't deny that there is a strange, lingering draw to that forest, a reminder that even in the modern world, there are places where we are completely at the mercy of nature and the unknown. I had been planning the trip for months, obsessively checking maps, weather reports, and trail conditions. I wanted to escape the city, the noise, the stress, everything that made my life feel heavy. I had chosen a small, remote cabin tucked deep into the mountains, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that disappeared into the trees. The listing described it as rustic but functional, with basic utilities, a wood stove, and a small porch overlooking the valley below. Photos showed a cozy, weathered structure, completely isolated, which was exactly what I wanted. No neighbors, no tourists, no interruptions. I was convinced it would be peaceful, even restorative. I drove the long, winding route to the cabin over several hours. The city slowly fell away behind me, replaced by rolling hills and eventually dense forests. The road became rougher, dirt and gravel replacing asphalt, and the air smelled fresher, cleaner, colder. By the time I reached the last turn, a narrow track barely wide enough for my small SUV, I realized that no one would find me here if something went wrong. The thought made my stomach tighten, but I told myself it was the perfect test of my independence. When I arrived, the cabin was exactly as pictured. Small, sturdy, with darkened wooden planks and a tin roof that glinted faintly in the late afternoon sun. A thin trail of smoke rose from the chimney, suggesting someone had been there recently or that the owner had prepared it. I parked and stepped out, taking in the stillness around me. The air was filled with the smells of pine and damp earth, and the distant sound of a creek burbling over rocks created a quiet, constant background noise. The isolation was palpable, almost tangible, pressing against my senses in a way that was both comforting and unnerving. I unloaded my bag, my carefully packed supplies, food, a few books, a notebook, batteries, candles, extra blankets, and a first aid kit. I checked the cabin thoroughly. The windows were solid, the door locked with a sturdy deadbolt, and the interior was clean but simple. A wood stove dominated the small main room, and a stack of firewood sat neatly in the corner. The furniture was sparse. A table, 2 chairs, a bed, and some shelves with old, dusty cooking utensils. I opened a few drawers and cupboards, finding remnants of someone else's life, rusty tins of food, a half-empty jar of sugar, an old tin of matches, but nothing alarming. It seemed as if the cabin had been used occasionally, but not recently. The first night was calm, though I slept fitfully. Every sound, branches scraping the windows, the creak shifting, the distant howl of some animal, felt amplified by the darkness. I reminded myself that it was only nature, only the woods doing what they did. By the second day, I felt more confident. I explored the surrounding area, noting a narrow trail that led further into the forest and a small clearing that offered a panoramic view of the valley below. The forest was dense, with trees so tall that the sunlight barely reached the forest floor. The smell of wet leaves and pine sap was strong, and the air was cool, almost biting, as I walked. I kept an eye on the time, knowing that I needed to return before dark. On the third day, things began to feel strange. I was outside gathering firewood when I noticed something unusual. There were footprints around the cabin, faint but distinct, leading away into the forest. At first, I thought it must have been the previous visitor, but the prints were fresh. They were human, shoe prints, but small and light, as if whoever had made them wasn't carrying much weight. My first reaction was to dismiss it. I reminded myself that hikers or hunters could have passed through, and the woods were public. But then I noticed more subtle signs. Small disturbances in the underbrush, broken branches, and a few scraps of paper that looked as though they had been blown there recently. That evening, while sitting by the stove reading, I heard a sound outside. Not the usual forest sounds, but a deliberate scraping, almost like someone dragging something over the dirt. I froze, listening. The sound came from the far side of the cabin, near the tree line. My heart rate spiked. I grabbed the flashlight I had on the table and shone it toward the trees, but I saw nothing. The beam caught on the trunks, the undergrowth, and the thick shadows, but no one. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Still, sleep did not come easily that night. I kept imagining movement in the shadows, flashes of someone watching me from the tree line. The next day, I decided to check the area more thoroughly. I followed the trail into the forest, carrying a small hatchet for protection, though I told myself it was more for cutting branches than anything else. As I walked, I noticed more footprints. They seemed to circle the cabin in no particular direction, coming closer at times, then veering away. There were even small signs of someone trying to leave the trail. Footprints stopping abruptly, shallow scrapes where something had been dragged, faint marks in the dirt that suggested someone had knelt or crouched. The further I walked, the more I realized that someone had been in the woods recently, and they had been observing the cabin. That night, the sounds intensified. I was preparing food on the small wood stove when I heard the soft crunch of footsteps in the dirt outside. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then I heard it again, closer this time, moving deliberately, as if pacing. I approached the window and looked out. The forest was dark, black, with only the faint glow of the stove's light reflecting on the nearby trees. I could see nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wind had shifted a branch, maybe an animal, but my stomach twisted. The air felt heavy, as if it was waiting. Sleep became nearly impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every sound from outside, felt like a warning. I began keeping the hatchet beside me at night, and I checked the locks on the door repeatedly. I found small things out of place. A chair slightly moved, a log from the firewood stack missing, and even a thin scratch on the door frame that I was certain hadn't been there before. My mind began running through worst-case scenarios. Someone could be trying to scare me away, or maybe worse. The isolation that had felt liberating at first now felt like a trap. On the 5th day, I decided I needed more information. I took a long walk toward the nearest ranger station, a location I had marked on my map. The trail was more overgrown than I expected, and the walk took hours. I noticed signs that someone had been there very recently. Footprints in the mud, discarded wrappers, and a torn piece of cloth snagged on a branch. The pattern was deliberate, as if someone had been moving through the forest carefully, aware that they might be observed. The thought made my pulse quicken. Whoever had been at the cabin was still nearby. I finally reached the ranger station late in the afternoon. It was empty, shuttered, but there was a small logbook outside. I wrote a note explaining my presence and the situation at the cabin, then left. I hoped someone would see it if I didn't return. On my way back, I tried to stick to the main trail, but it was easier said than done. The forest seemed endless, oppressive, and unfamiliar despite the map. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and I realized that if anyone had been following me, they could easily take advantage of my isolation. The thought made every step feel heavier. That night, returning to the cabin, I resolved to secure the place as best I could. I moved furniture to block windows, stacked firewood around the doors, and kept the hatchet and a small survival knife within reach. I tried to convince myself that someone wasn't actually there, that the footprints and scraps were remnants of past visitors. But every creak of the cabin and rustle from the trees suggested otherwise. I could not escape the feeling that I was being watched. The following days were tense. I stayed mostly inside, venturing out only when necessary to gather water from the creek or collect firewood. Every time I went outside, I carefully checked for footprints or signs of intrusion. I documented them, trying to track patterns. There were nights when I saw nothing, nights when I heard nothing, but then a small sign would appear. A displaced branch, a deeper indentation in the soil, a faint shadow in the corner of my vision. I felt my nerves fraying. I began sleeping in short bursts, dozing with one eye open, the knife clutched in my hand. It was on the 7th night that the real fear took hold. I was asleep on the bed when I felt the floor creak near the door. My eyes snapped open. The moonlight through the window revealed nothing at first, but then I saw movement. A figure crouched low, just beyond the edge of the porch. My heart pounded. I did not move, did not call out, did not breathe too loudly. The figure remained still, watching, then slowly melted back into the shadows of the trees. I realized then that whoever had been leaving footprints, scraps, and signs around the cabin was still close, still paying attention, and possibly waiting for me to slip up. The next morning, I made a plan. I would leave the cabin, take the main road, and head directly back to civilization. I packed my supplies quickly, keeping my movements calm and deliberate. I walked to the SUV, checking the surrounding forest repeatedly. There were no signs of any I never expected a trip to a cabin in the woods to turn into something that would haunt me in ways I hadn't thought possible. It began as a simple escape from the city, a quiet weekend away, just me and the solitude of the forest. I had rented a small, remote cabin through a website that promised a peaceful retreat far from civilization. The pictures looked cozy. A small wooden structure with a stone fireplace, a porch overlooking a clearing, and the dense forest stretching beyond. I wanted to be alone, to disconnect from everything, to spend a couple of days hiking and reading without the constant buzz of notifications. The drive itself was longer than I expected. My phone's GPS kept rerouting me through narrower and narrower roads that were barely paved and lined with towering trees that seemed to crowd over the car. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. The last few miles were almost unnervingly silent. Even the birds were scarce, and the usual hum of distant traffic was completely gone. I remember noticing how the air changed as well. It felt colder, heavier, damp in a way that was almost tangible through the closed windows of my car. By the time I saw the cabin's small driveway, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. Relief because I had reached my destination. Unease because I was completely alone and utterly cut off from anyone else. The cabin itself was even more rustic than the picture suggested. It sat on a small rise, surrounded by dense pine and birch trees. There was no cell service at all, just a small patch of sky through the trees, and I realized I had forgotten to warn anyone that I was coming. The wooden porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out of the car, my boots crunching on the gravel. The front door had a simple latch, no locks beyond that. Inside, the smell of old wood and faint mold greeted me. The space was small but functional. A living area with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen with a sink and a gas stove, and a lofted bedroom. Everything seemed solid, though, and I felt a wave of satisfaction. It was far from luxurious, but it was mine for the weekend. I spent the first few hours unpacking and exploring. I lit a fire in the fireplace despite it being early afternoon, mostly for the comfort of sound. The crackle of wood made the cabin feel less silent. I arranged my food and supplies, noting the small stack of firewood in the corner and the tin of matches on the shelf. There was a water spigot outside, which I assumed came from a well, and a small pile of dry kindling stacked against the side of the cabin. I made a mental note to test the water before drinking, though it smelled faintly metallic when I ran it. Not unsafe, probably, but I'd boil it anyway. As the day slipped into evening, the forest seemed to close in. Shadows stretched long across the clearing, the trees casting thick patterns across the cabin walls. I hiked a short trail behind the cabin before dark, noticing that the undergrowth was thick, and the forest floor was littered with old pine needles, sticks, and the occasional small animal track. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to, the kind of quiet that felt alive, as if the trees were holding their breath. The sun set quickly, leaving the clearing dim and the cabin looking smaller and more isolated than ever. When I returned, the sky was a deep indigo, and the first stars were barely visible through the dense canopy. Night settled in fully. I kept the fire going, making sure the flames were high enough to cast light into every corner of the room. Outside, I could hear the occasional crack of a branch, the sound of leaves rustling, maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. I tried not to think too much about it, but I kept checking the windows, half expecting to see something. A person, an animal, anything. The woods were full of eyes. I realized, even if I couldn't see them. Around midnight, something changed. I had just gone to refill my water glass in the kitchen when I heard it. A faint knock, or maybe a thump, coming from outside. At first, I told myself it was the wind, or a branch falling. But then it happened again, more deliberate, like someone tapping the side of the cabin. My pulse jumped, and I froze. The firelight flickered against the walls, making every shadow look like it was moving. I didn't open the door, of course, and I didn't try to look outside beyond the window. I just sat on the floor, listening, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. The sound continued intermittently throughout the night. Sometimes it was a soft knock, sometimes a scraping sound against the siding. I stayed awake longer than I should have, just listening, my flashlight and a small hatchet on the table beside me. I didn't sleep well at all, the occasional noises keeping me alert, every gust of wind making my heart leap. I realized how isolated I truly was. No neighbors, no road, no phone. If something went wrong, I was entirely on my own. Morning came, pale and cold. I stepped outside carefully, circling the cabin, looking for signs of anyone or anything. The snow, or frost, was fresh in patches on the ground, and there were footprints leading from the tree line toward the cabin, but not away. They were large, like boots, and ended at the porch. My stomach sank. I had hoped it was just an animal, but the prints were too defined, too human. I felt trapped. I considered leaving immediately, but the car was partially blocked by a pile of fallen branches I hadn't noticed before. It was small, but enough to slow me down, enough that I realized retreating might be harder than I thought. I spent the day barricading the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture in front of the windows, stacked firewood along the doors, and made sure the hatchet and a small kitchen knife were within easy reach. I kept the fire going in the fireplace. It felt like a small lifeline, the warmth and light keeping the shadows from pressing too close. I didn't see anyone during the day, and the forest was quiet, too quiet. I tried to distract myself with hiking, but I stayed within sight of the cabin, never venturing far. Each snap of a branch, each rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. The second night was worse. The knocking and scraping started again just as dusk fell, louder this time, more frequent. I could hear them moving around the cabin, circling, stopping, listening. My heart raced. I checked every lockable point in the cabin. The doors, windows, even the lofted bedroom door. I imagined every worst-case scenario. Someone breaking in, waiting for me to fall asleep, cutting off my escape. I realized the vulnerability of being alone in a place like this. Every shadow seemed to have weight. Every noise seemed deliberate. I stayed awake all night, clutching the hatchet, staring at the darkened walls, barely breathing. When the first light crept through the trees, I felt a momentary relief, but the unease never left. The following morning, I made a decision. I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, taking only the essentials, making sure my phone was charged, even though there was no signal. I prepared to hike out the way I had come in, deciding that navigating the forest on foot might be safer than sitting in the cabin, waiting for whoever, or whatever, was outside. I left the cabin door locked behind me, but I knew it wouldn't matter if someone had been watching. The forest around me seemed thicker than before, as if it had grown overnight. Every step on the trail was cautious, deliberate. I avoided the obvious paths and kept low, using the trees for cover. I didn't hear anyone, but I felt eyes on me, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Hours later, I reached the point where the road became visible. The isolation lifted slightly, replaced by the realization that I had survived the worst of the woods. My hands were raw from pushing through underbrush, my clothes torn in places, my legs exhausted. When I finally reached the road and the first car passed by, I felt a wave of relief I couldn't put into words. I thumbed for a ride, and eventually, someone stopped, a local who looked at me as if I was crazy, but didn't ask questions. I just needed to leave, to get back to a place with lights, traffic, and the sound of other people. I never returned to that cabin. The image of the forest, the sounds at night, and the mysterious footprints stayed with me for months. I never figured out who or what had been there those nights, but the experience taught me something critical. Isolation magnifies fear, and the forest has a way of making you confront the fragility of being alone. I avoided remote cabins for years after that. Eventually, I managed to tell the story without breaking down, though every time I did, I could feel the weight of those nights, the constant sound of branches scraping against wood, the feeling of being watched when no one was there. The ending, at least, was clear. I survived, I left, and I never put myself in that situation again. But the memory of those nights remains vivid, a constant reminder that the world can feel much larger and far more dangerous when you're truly alone. I drove into the woods on a late October morning, the sun barely cutting through the thick gray clouds overhead. The air was cold, carrying the sharp smell of wet leaves and pine. I had rented the cabin weeks earlier, thinking I needed a break from the constant noise and pressure of the city. I wanted silence, time alone, and the chance to feel a kind of solitude I had not known in years. The GPS showed only one winding road ahead, thin and twisting, flanked by trees so tall and close together that in some places the branches met overhead, forming a dark tunnel that swallowed the daylight. The road was rougher than I expected. Potholes and rocks threatened to jolt me off balance with every turn, and the tires of my old car crunched over fallen branches and gravel. Occasionally, I passed a small creek or a frozen pond, and the reflection of the gray sky on the water looked like a mirror broken into shards. I had been warned to take care because there was little cell signal this far in, but I thought I could manage. I always thought I could manage. After about an hour of driving, I spotted the cabin. It was smaller than I had imagined. A simple wooden structure with a peaked roof and a stone chimney. Moss clung to the sides of the cabin and the surrounding rocks, and the wood had darkened with age. The porch sagged slightly, and the windows reflected nothing but the forest around them. There were no signs of life, no neighbors, no road beyond the small clearing it sat in. The isolation felt strange at first, but also comforting, like being in a place that existed only for me. I parked and got out of the car, the cold biting at my cheeks. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional creak of a tree branch and the whisper of the wind. I carried my bags to the porch and noticed the lock on the door was old but functional. I unlocked it, pushing the door open with a heavy creak that echoed strangely in the empty space inside. The cabin smelled of dust, damp wood, and old smoke. The interior was small but sufficient. A kitchen corner with a worn stove and sink, a living area with a cracked couch and a small fireplace, and a loft above with a bed and a thin mattress. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I realized the cabin had not been touched much in years. I unpacked slowly, putting essentials in the kitchen and leaving a bag near the loft stairs. By late afternoon, the light had started to fade, casting long shadows across the cabin. I built a fire in the fireplace, the kind that took patience to start because the wood was damp, the kind that made you focus entirely on small, mundane details. As the fire took, I noticed the forest outside had changed. The shadows seemed longer, the trees closer together, and a gray mist began to form near the edges of the clearing. I brushed it off as my imagination, a trick of the failing light and isolation. The first night was restless. Every sound seemed amplified, the wind rattling the roof, the branches tapping against the windows, the occasional snap of something heavy on the forest floor. My mind played tricks on me. Every gust of wind sounded like someone walking across the porch, every shadow in the firelight like a figure moving silently across the room. I told myself it was just the isolation, just the forest, just my nerves. I tried to sleep but woke repeatedly to the sound of scratching, faint at first, coming from somewhere outside. The next morning, I discovered a small pile of leaves had been disturbed outside the cabin. I had not noticed it yesterday, and there were no footprints visible in the soft soil, no sign of animals nearby. I decided to ignore it, attributing it to the wind, but the unease settled in my stomach and stayed there. I spent the day exploring the surrounding area, moving cautiously along the small paths the forest allowed. I noticed things that made me uncomfortable, the way certain trees seemed unnaturally close to one another, forming narrow corridors where it felt impossible for anyone to walk unnoticed. Broken branches, scuffed bark, small depressions in the ground that looked like they had been recently disturbed. I kept thinking of the stories people tell about hikers and cabins in remote areas, stories I had laughed at in the city. Now, alone and isolated, I was beginning to understand the tension in those stories. By the second night, the scratching had become louder, more deliberate. It came from different directions at different times, always just outside the range of my vision. I refused to go outside to check, not wanting to tempt fate. I tried to focus on the fire, on making a meal, on the small tasks that kept me grounded. But every noise made me jump, every shadow made me hold my breath. Around midnight, I woke to a thud, heavier than the usual taps and scratches. My heart raced, and I froze, listening. Another thud, this time followed by a scraping sound along the side of the cabin. I realized the sound came from the porch, where no one should have been. The thought of leaving the cabin, of going into the forest at night, was terrifying, but I could not ignore it either. I grabbed the largest knife I had brought and approached the door slowly, listening. The noise had stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise, pressing against my ears. The next morning, I inspected the porch and the surrounding area. I found no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. Yet, some of the boards on the porch were scratched, thin lines etched into the wood. Nothing else seemed disturbed. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a larger rodent, but my stomach twisted at the thought. Whatever it was, it had the strength and persistence to scare me senseless. The days that followed were tense. I kept the fire going constantly, not for warmth but for light and a sense of security. I checked the locks, reinforced the windows with chairs and furniture, and avoided going too far into the forest. Every step outside made my nerves scream. I noticed more subtle signs. A branch broken at eye level, leaves moved as if someone had brushed past them, distant sounds of snapping twigs when the wind was still. I realized I had no idea who or what might be watching. By the fourth night, I had stopped trying to sleep fully. I would rest in short bursts, sitting by the fire, watching the shadows in the room, every muscle ready to react. The fear became physical, a constant tension in my back and shoulders. I imagined someone waiting, hiding in the trees, waiting for me to be careless. I carried the knife everywhere, even to the loft where I tried to sleep in fits and starts. On the fifth day, I finally decided I had to leave. I packed my bags quietly, checked the car, and planned my route back. But as I stepped outside, the forest seemed different. The fog had thickened, almost solid in places, and the air was heavy. My car was where I had left it, but something about the clearing felt wrong. I noticed footprints this time, not human, but large, wide, and deeply pressed into the soil, circling the cabin and disappearing into the trees. My pulse surged, and I ran to the car without looking back. I drove down the rough road as fast as I dared, glancing constantly into the mirrors and side windows. Every shadow seemed like it might be following, every tree a threat. The isolation that had once seemed peaceful now felt like a trap. I did not stop until I reached the main road, and even then I drove in a near panic, needing the comfort of signs, houses, and other people. When I finally returned to the city, I felt relief like nothing I had ever felt before. I tried to explain to friends and coworkers why I had left so suddenly, but there was no adequate explanation without sounding paranoid or crazy. I later learned that the area around the cabin was known for isolated incidents of poaching and illegal hunting. People sometimes watched the cabins, waiting for those who came alone. My imagination had not created the fear. I had simply been alone in a dangerous place, vulnerable and unaware. In the weeks after, I could not stop thinking about that cabin and the forest around it. I realized how fragile safety can be when removed from society and how quickly the mind can switch from comfort to terror when surrounded by the unknown. I began planning, researching, and preparing before ever considering returning to a wilderness cabin. But I also understood something more important. Sometimes the scariest moments are not stories or myths, but the real, raw danger that exists quietly in the world, waiting for someone to enter without knowledge or caution. Years later, I returned once, but only to the edge of the forest, never to the cabin itself. I brought friends, lights, and communication devices. We explored cautiously, marking our paths, watching for signs. The cabin still stood, moss-covered and silent, but it felt empty in a different way, an object rather than a threat. I realized then that fear is a tool, sharpened by solitude and uncertainty, and that facing it requires preparation, knowledge, and humility. I had survived because I acted, even in panic, and because I had chosen to leave before it was too late. From that experience, I learned to respect nature, isolation, and the unknown. I also learned to trust instincts, notice subtle signs, and never underestimate the consequences of a quiet, empty place. The cabin no longer haunts me in nightmares, but the memory of that fear, the awareness of vulnerability, remains sharp, a constant reminder that danger is often. I had always wanted to escape the chaos of the city for a few days. The relentless noise, the endless streams of people, and the constant pressure of schedules and responsibilities had worn me down to a brittle shell. When I finally found a small cabin for rent deep in the northern woods, far away from the nearest town, it felt like a chance to breathe again. The pictures online had shown a rustic cabin, surrounded by tall pines and dense underbrush, with a small creek running nearby. The solitude promised a reprieve from everything, and I craved it more than I had ever admitted to anyone. I packed my bag carefully, bringing enough food for a week, a small camping stove, extra blankets, a first aid kit, and a lantern with several spare batteries. My car, An old but sturdy SUV rumbled steadily as I left the city streets behind, winding further and further into narrow, uneven forest roads until finally the trees closed in around me, cutting off any view of civilization. The cabin appeared just as the sun was dipping behind the trees, the light casting long, crooked shadows across the dirt path. It was smaller than I expected, with rough wooden panels that were weathered from years of exposure. A small porch jutted out, creaking under my weight as I stepped onto it. The door opened easily, revealing a surprisingly clean interior. There was a wood stove in one corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed tucked into the far corner. Dust lay thick in some places, but nothing seemed broken or unusable. I set my bag down and looked out the window. The forest pressed close to the cabin, dense and shadowy, the sound of the creek faint but constant. I felt a calm settle over me. For now, this was mine, a small world cut off from the chaos outside. The first night was quiet, almost painfully so. I had grown used to the low hum of electricity, the distant roar of traffic, the faint chatter of neighbors, and suddenly there was nothing but the wind in the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. I had a small fire going in the stove, and I sat in one of the chairs, sipping coffee from a thermos. The shadows of the trees stretched across the cabin walls, shifting with the flicker of the flames. I told myself I was safe, that nothing could reach me here. But as the hours passed, a small part of my mind refused to settle. Every creak of the cabin, every thump of a falling branch, made me glance nervously toward the window, expecting to see something. It was irrational, I knew, but the mind works in strange ways when it's deprived of familiar noise. I tried to focus on the fire, on the sound of the creek, on the sensation of being completely alone. But sleep came fitfully, broken by dreams of being followed through the woods by unseen footsteps. Morning brought a false sense of reassurance. Sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating dust motes floating lazily in the air. I brewed coffee, cooked a simple breakfast, and decided to explore the area. The woods around the cabin were thick, the ground uneven, littered with roots and fallen branches. I stayed near the creek at first, enjoying the steady sound of running water. Birds called overhead, insects hummed lazily, and for a time, I felt almost peaceful again. But as I ventured further from the cabin, the forest grew darker and tighter. The trees leaned together as if to block passage, and the underbrush grew thick enough to snag at my pants and scratch my skin. I began to notice the small details, the flattened areas of ground that suggested recent movement, the broken twigs that seemed too organized to be random, the faint impressions of footprints that vanished after a few steps. My pulse quickened despite my attempts to remain calm. There were no animals big enough to make human-like tracks. Not that I could see, and yet the signs were unmistakable. Someone, or something, had been here. I returned to the cabin by late afternoon, shaken more than I wanted to admit. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, even though the cabin looked abandoned and isolated. The sun began to dip again, and the shadows grew long, wrapping the forest in near darkness. I tried to keep myself busy, tidying the cabin, preparing food, and stacking firewood, but every sound outside made me tense. A bird landing on a branch would make my heart jump. The wind rattling a window pane felt like a footstep. My mind was playing tricks on me, but I knew that even the smallest reality could be dangerous this far out. That night, the sounds began. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible. A branch snapping too close to the cabin, a rustling sound that didn't match the wind. I told myself it was wildlife, that raccoons or deer could be moving through the trees. But as the night deepened, the sounds grew more deliberate. Footsteps circling the cabin, scraping noises against the wooden walls, the faint, methodical tap of something being dragged across the porch. My rational mind resisted panic, but my body betrayed me, every nerve on edge. I moved quietly to the kitchen, picked up a heavy cast iron pan, and pressed myself against the wall, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heartbeat. The noise stopped suddenly, leaving an eerie silence so complete it made my ears ache. I stayed like that for hours, barely daring to breathe. Morning brought some relief. I forced myself to eat, to drink coffee, to remember that the cabin was mine for the next week and that I had prepared for this kind of isolation. I decided I would not let fear control me. I explored a bit further that day, sticking to paths I could recognize, but the unease never left. Each night brought the same suspense, the same feeling that someone was moving just beyond the line of sight. By the third night, I was sleeping only in short bursts, waking at the slightest sound, my nerves raw and sensitive. I found myself pacing inside the cabin, checking every corner, making sure nothing could get in. On the fourth night, it escalated. The noises were no longer distant. There were clear, deliberate sounds on the porch, scraping against the wood, something heavy being moved, the faint thud of feet pacing. I grabbed my flashlight and a small hatchet from the kitchen, my pulse racing, my body tense. I went to the door, peered out into the blackness, and saw nothing but the trees. I stepped onto the porch slowly, the hatchet raised, and that's when I saw the first sign of human presence. A boot print pressed deep into the dirt, fresh and unmistakable. My stomach dropped. Someone had been there, had been watching the cabin, maybe even following me without my noticing. My first instinct was to call for help, but the cell phone had no signal. Panic mixed with adrenaline as I considered my options. Retreating into the woods alone would be even more dangerous. I returned inside, barricading the doors and windows as best I could, and sat in the corner, trying to formulate a plan. The next day, I moved quickly. I packed a small backpack with essentials: water, food, my first aid kit, matches, and a flashlight, and decided I would leave before nightfall. The forest was denser than I remembered, the paths confusing, almost designed to disorient anyone who tried to navigate through them. I followed the creek as a guide, hoping it would eventually lead to a road or clearing. Hours passed. My legs ached. My clothes were torn from brambles, my mind constantly scanning for movement. Shadows seemed to shift at the edges of my vision. I kept hearing the faint crunch of leaves behind me, footsteps that paused whenever I did, and once I glimpsed a figure moving quickly between the trees, vanishing before I could get a clear view. Fear had replaced calm, rational thought. I didn't stop, didn't look back, only focused on moving forward. Finally, as twilight began to fade into night, I heard something I didn't expect, the distant hum of an engine. Relief surged through me, and I sprinted toward the sound, breaking through the thick underbrush into a gravel road. A truck appeared, headlights cutting through the dark. I waved frantically until it stopped. The driver, a local who had been returning from a nearby town, looked startled but understanding when I explained, in as much detail as I could, that I had been staying in a cabin and had been followed. He insisted on driving me to the nearest police station. The feeling of safety as the town lights approached was overwhelming. The police took my report seriously. They scouted the area around the cabin and found signs that someone had been living near it in makeshift shelters, observing anyone who came close. It appeared to be a person who had been hiding in the forest for some time, possibly mentally unstable, careful to remain unseen but not careful enough to avoid leaving tracks and signs. The realization sent shivers down my spine, knowing that I had been alone, so close to someone capable of watching, waiting, and possibly confronting me. In the weeks that followed, I tried to process what had happened. I had sought solitude and found terror instead, learning that the world outside civilization could be harsh, cruel, and unpredictable. But I also realized I had survived because of preparation, caution, and a clear mind in the midst of panic. I had relied on careful observation, planning, and instinct. And in the end, despite the fear, I had made it back to safety. The cabin remained in the woods, quiet and untouched by me since that day. A reminder that isolation can be deceptive, and that nature, while beautiful, holds dangers far more. I had been planning this trip for months, ever since I found the small cabin listed online. It was deep in the mountains, far away from any town, the kind of place that promised total isolation. The pictures made it look perfect: rustic wood exterior, a small porch, thick forest all around. I had rented it for a week, craving silence, wanting to escape the noise of the city, the constant hum of traffic, the endless emails, the people. I needed something real, something raw, and the idea of waking up to nothing but trees and air and the faint sound of a creek nearby had drawn me in completely. The drive up was longer than I expected. I left early in the morning, the sky still dark and faintly purple. My car's headlights cut through the fog that was creeping along the lower parts of the mountains. The road was narrow and winding, patched with gravel in places, and I had to slow down more than once to avoid a patch of loose stones or a hidden pothole. The further I drove, the fewer signs of life I saw. Abandoned cabins with broken windows, rusted vehicles half buried in overgrown grass, old signs peeling with illegible letters. The air smelled different the higher I climbed, sharper, colder, with that wet smell that clung to trees and soil. By the time I reached the turnoff for the cabin, the sun had started to rise, bleeding orange and gold through the trees. The path to the cabin was barely visible, more like a faint trail than a proper road. I drove slowly, feeling the tension in my shoulders, a strange anticipation that I couldn't shake. My phone signal had already disappeared somewhere along the mountain road, and I realized that for the next few days, I would be completely alone. I felt a mix of relief and unease at that thought. Relief, because I wanted to be alone. Unease, because being truly alone was not something I was used to. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I parked at the edge of a small clearing. The cabin was even more isolated than the pictures suggested. Trees pressed close on three sides, and the creek I had noticed in the listing gurgled quietly behind the building. The wooden walls were weathered, grayish-brown with age, but the structure seemed solid. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out of the car, and the smell of pine and damp earth hit me like a wave. I carried my bag inside and set it down in the small living room. The cabin was simple but comfortable. A small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, a table, and chairs. A staircase led to a loft with a bed, and a small bathroom occupied the far corner. There were windows on every side, and the sunlight pouring through them made the dust particles in the air sparkle faintly. I spent the first day settling in. I unpacked my clothes, stacked firewood near the stove, checked that all the windows and doors worked properly. I explored the immediate area around the cabin, noting the creek, the slope of the land, the dense forest that began just a few steps from the porch. There were animal tracks in the mud, deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear. The thought made me uneasy but also curious. I was careful not to wander too far. The cabin was meant to be my base, my little island of safety in the middle of the wilderness. The first night was surprisingly cold. Even in late summer, the mountains had their own climate. I built a fire in the stove, the sound of the logs crackling filling the room. I ate a simple dinner, a can of soup and some bread, and then moved to the loft to sleep. The bed was firm and slightly lumpy, but it was clean and warm. I fell asleep to the sound of wind through the trees, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the distant babble of the creek. The next day, I decided to hike further. There was a small trailhead not far from the cabin that led deeper into the forest. I packed water, snacks, and a map of the area. The first few hours were peaceful. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting moving patterns on the forest floor. Birds called to each other from the trees, and small animals darted between bushes. I walked slowly, taking my time, feeling the crunch of leaves and sticks under my boots. It was around midday that I realized I had gone farther than I intended. The trail became less defined, the markings on the trees fading. I paused to check the map, noticing that I had crossed a small stream I hadn't intended to. The forest here felt different. The trees were older, more massive, and the undergrowth thicker. The sounds of birds and animals had decreased. Everything felt quieter, almost unnaturally so. A chill ran down my spine. I turned back, retracing my steps, but the trail seemed less clear in reverse. Branches that hadn't been in my path before now blocked my way, and the forest seemed denser with every step. I realized I was lost, not in a dramatic, panicked way, but in that subtle, creeping sense of uncertainty. I checked my watch. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, and the shadows were long and deep. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that the cabin wasn't far, that I could follow the creek or retrace the path. But as I moved, I noticed something else. Small broken branches, trampled undergrowth, subtle footprints that weren't mine. I froze. Whoever, or whatever, had passed through here had been recently. My heart started to beat faster. I considered yelling, but the sound felt absurdly loud in the quiet of the forest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hunter, maybe someone else renting a nearby cabin. But the tracks were fresh, and there was no sound of voices, no signs of campfires. I began moving faster, my steps careful but hurried. I checked behind me repeatedly, feeling eyes on me that weren't there. By the time I saw the edge of the clearing that led back to the cabin, the sun was almost gone. Shadows thickened and stretched across the land. The air felt colder, heavier, almost suffocating. I ran the last few hundred meters, my breath ragged, my heart hammering. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door behind me and bolted the windows. I inspected every corner, every creak in the floorboards, every shadow. Nothing, just the cabin, my small island of wood and stone. I lit a fire, tried to calm my nerves, but sleep did not come easily. Every creak, every rustle outside made me jump. I stayed awake most of the night, listening to the wind, listening for the footsteps I feared were there. The following days, I stayed mostly inside. I didn't want to risk another encounter, didn't want to get lost again. I explored the area immediately around the cabin, making sure I knew every tree, every rock, every path within a few hundred meters. I stocked up on water and food, chopped more firewood, and reinforced the windows. I also started noticing small things I hadn't before: faint scratches on the outer walls, tiny marks in the dirt near the porch that looked like they hadn't been made by animals, and the creek. It seemed to have a rhythm to it, like something moving through it that wasn't just water. On the fourth day, I made a plan. I couldn't just sit inside forever, but I needed to be prepared. I gathered all the supplies I had, packed a bag with food, water, first aid, and my flashlight, and then walked the perimeter of the cabin carefully. I made mental notes of everything: the nearest trees I could hide behind, the sounds of the forest, the slope of the land, the creek's flow. I realized that in the wilderness, you could never fully control your environment. You could only understand it, anticipate it, and respect it. It was during this careful inspection that I noticed something odd near the creek. Footprints. Human footprints. Not my own. Large, heavy, and fresh. My stomach twisted. Whoever had been following me or tracking the area had been close. I counted the prints. They didn't go far, only a few dozen meters upstream, and then they stopped. There was no trail back, no signs of where the person had gone. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept my knife close, my flashlight ready, the door locked and barricaded. By the sixth day, I started noticing more signs. Branches broken at unusual angles, rocks slightly moved from their original positions, faint sounds at night that couldn't be explained by wind or animals. The isolation, which had once been comforting, now felt suffocating. I realized the danger wasn't supernatural. It was real and human. Someone had been watching the cabin. Someone had possibly followed me when I had hiked, and the thought of them waiting outside or hiding in the forest was terrifying. I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed everything meticulously, making sure nothing was left behind. I had two options: stay another night and risk encountering whoever was out there, or leave immediately, driving down the mountain in the dark. I chose the latter. I loaded my car, double-checked the cabin one last time, and then started the descent. The drive down was tense. Every shadow in the trees looked like a person. Every sound, branches snapping, distant rustling, made me glance over my shoulder. I drove carefully, slowly, alert for any movement, but I never saw anyone. The isolation had played tricks on me, and maybe I had overestimated the threat. But the marks, the prints, the sense of being watched were real enough. I didn't stop until the lights of a small town appeared far below the mountain. When I finally reached I had planned the cabin trip for months. The weeks leading up to it were filled with research, checking maps, reading trail guides, and making lists of every essential item I might need. The cabin itself was deep in the forest, far enough from any road that I would have to hike at least 2 miles through uneven terrain to reach it. I liked isolation. I liked quiet. I liked the kind of solitude that let me think without interruption. The idea of spending a week alone in a small, wooden cabin, with nothing but the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional bird or rustle of deer, was exactly what I wanted. I was not seeking adventure, exactly. I was seeking peace. And yet, I had an uneasy feeling the entire drive up there, an inexplicable tension I couldn't quite place, though I chalked it up to nerves or excitement. The last mile of the drive was rough. The road turned into dirt, full of deep ruts and loose gravel that rattled my car like a fragile box. By the time I parked at the trailhead, my hands were stiff from gripping the steering wheel, and my back ached from leaning into the potholes. The sun was beginning to sink behind the mountains, leaving long shadows stretching across the dense forest. I grabbed my backpack, which was heavy with water, food, a first aid kit, flashlights, extra batteries, and a small camping stove. The air smelled damp and earthy, the smell of moss and wet leaves clinging to everything, even my clothes. The hike in was slow. The trail wound through thick trees, roots snaking across the path, fallen branches snagging my boots. The forest was dense, the kind where light barely touches the ground. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, my legs were sore, my shirt soaked through with sweat. The cabin itself was small, rustic, made of rough timber, with a tin roof that had begun to rust in places. The windows were covered with thin curtains, and the porch sagged slightly under its own weight. There was no electricity, no running water, and no sign of anyone else. The solitude was overwhelming. It should have been peaceful, but there was something about the quiet that made my skin crawl, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I spent the first evening settling in. I stacked firewood in the small hearth, lit a fire, and heated some canned soup. The flames cast shadows across the walls, flickering and stretching, making the small room feel larger and yet more oppressive at the same time. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the wind moving through the trees, and the occasional distant snap of a branch under the weight of an animal. I went to bed early, too tired to do anything else, and slept with the window slightly open to let the cool night air in. The second day was uneventful, though I kept a constant awareness of my surroundings. I explored the area around the cabin, noting which trees were good for climbing if necessary, where water could be found, and the direction of the sun for orientation. I collected some extra firewood, noting the type of wood that burned best and how dry it was. There were signs of animals, tracks in the mud, scratches on trees, but nothing dangerous as far as I could tell. Still, the feeling of being watched never left me. Even when I was occupied, chopping wood or setting up the small solar-powered lantern outside, I sensed eyes on me, shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I told myself it was paranoia, but it was exhausting, like my mind refused to relax. On the third day, something strange happened. I was outside, stacking firewood in the clearing, when I heard a sound unlike anything else in the forest. A deliberate snap of a branch, a sound of human movement, too precise to be an animal. I froze, scanning the dense trees, my heart pounding. The sound came again, closer this time, slow and deliberate. I grabbed a thick branch from the pile, holding it like a weapon, and strained my eyes to see movement. Nothing. The trees swayed gently in the wind, leaves rustling, but no one was there. I told myself it must be a hiker passing on another trail, though I knew no trail existed near enough for that. The tension remained, a weight pressing into my chest for the rest of the day. Night came quickly. I was hesitant to light the fire, worried the smoke might attract attention, though I knew no one else should be here. The darkness was almost suffocating, a deep black that pressed against the windows and doors. Every sound was amplified: the wind, the occasional rustle of a small animal, the groan of the wooden cabin settling. Around midnight, I woke to a loud thump outside, like someone had dropped a heavy log. I froze, my hands gripping the sheets. The thump came again, closer to the cabin. Then I heard another sound, the unmistakable crunch of boots on dry leaves. I didn't move, barely breathing. It was hours before the sound stopped. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, staying close to the small axe I kept by the bed, listening. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Every sound from the forest was magnified. By morning, I was exhausted, my body trembling from lack of sleep and adrenaline. I stayed inside all day, refusing to leave the cabin. I checked the doors and windows, making sure they were secure. Nothing had moved in the cabin, but outside, I noticed the disturbed soil near the edge of the clearing, footprints partially hidden in the undergrowth. They were large, heavy, human footprints. Over the next 2 days, I took precautions. I reinforced the cabin as best I could, stacking furniture against doors, blocking windows with firewood, and making a makeshift alarm by stretching wire with tin cans around the perimeter. I ventured outside only in daylight, and even then, I moved cautiously, constantly checking the forest line. Every step was calculated. The feeling of being watched never left me. I noticed more signs of someone being in the area: broken branches, items moved slightly, footprints appearing overnight. But there was no one to confront. There was only the tension, the dread, the uncertainty. On the 5th night, the situation escalated. I had just gotten into bed, exhausted, when I heard the unmistakable sound of someone moving outside. Not just walking, but deliberate pacing, circling the cabin. I held my breath, counting each step. It was slow, methodical, deliberate. Then I heard scratching at the door. My hands shook as I gripped the axe, listening to the sounds that seemed impossibly loud in the still night. I stayed perfectly still, waiting for the sounds to stop. Hours passed. Eventually, the sounds receded, leaving a heavy silence. I didn't sleep again that night. By the morning, I knew I couldn't stay another night without taking decisive action. The isolation that had seemed appealing now felt like a trap. The forest that had been beautiful now seemed hostile. I packed my backpack, double-checking that I had all essentials. I started hiking back toward the trailhead, moving quickly but carefully. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed alive. The hike was exhausting, mentally and physically. I knew I was being watched. I didn't look back. By late afternoon, I reached the car. The relief was immense. The cabin was behind me, the forest still, the shadows receding. I locked the doors, sat for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. On the drive back, I replayed the events in my mind, analyzing what had happened. The realistic conclusion was terrifying in its simplicity. Someone had been in the forest, monitoring me, perhaps even planning to confront me. There had been no supernatural element, no ghost, no fairy tale, just human threat, just real danger. The forest had been a trap, the cabin a stage for something I hadn't anticipated. When I returned home, I reported the incident to the local authorities. They confirmed that there had been previous cases of break-ins and illegal habitation in the forest area, though no arrests were made. I realized how lucky I had been, how careful I had to be in wilderness areas, even those that seemed remote and safe. The incident changed how I approached nature. I still appreciated solitude, but now with a heightened sense of awareness, with a respect for the very real dangers that can exist, not from the elements, but from other humans. In the weeks that followed, I processed everything slowly. I organized my photos, my notes, the footprints I had recorded. I analyzed the forest layout, the approach routes, the cabin itself. I realized that the remoteness that had once seemed appealing had also been its own danger. Planning had helped me survive. Awareness had helped me survive. Staying calm, observing carefully, making slow, deliberate decisions had helped me survive. I didn't feel entirely safe until I had returned home, locked all doors, and slept in my own bed. But I had survived. I had faced real fear, and I had managed to navigate it. Months later, I returned to the same forest, but this time during the day, for a short hike, never approaching the cabin. I felt a strange sense of closure. I had faced fear, understood it, and walked away. The experience had changed me, teaching me vigilance, patience, and the simple, unshakable truth that danger is often human, not fantastical. The forest remained beautiful, but no longer innocent in my eyes. I respected it, watched it carefully. I had been planning this trip for months, carefully mapping out the cabin, the area surrounding it, and all the necessary supplies I would need. The cabin was in the northern woods, far from the main road, and it was supposed to be a place where I could disconnect from the world. I wanted isolation, quiet, and the chance to be alone with my thoughts for a week. I had chosen this specific location because it was off the grid, and the trail that led to it was barely used, making it unlikely that anyone would pass by while I was there. I had packed everything meticulously: canned food, a portable stove, extra fuel, water, a first aid kit, tools for basic repairs, a small generator, and a solar charger for my devices. I had also packed a large supply of wood. Even though the cabin came with a fireplace and a stack of firewood, I wanted to be prepared for everything. The hike to the cabin was longer and harder than I had anticipated. I had driven to the nearest small town and parked my car at the edge of the forest. From there, it was a 10-mile hike along a narrow trail that twisted through dense forest, over streams, and across uneven ground. My backpack was heavy, and every few minutes I stopped to adjust the straps or wipe sweat from my forehead. The sun was high in the sky when I started, and the air was dry and warm. I had a detailed map, but the trail was poorly marked, and I had to constantly look at my surroundings to ensure I was not wandering off course. I knew from experience that even a small mistake could leave me hours away from where I intended to be. By late afternoon, I was exhausted. My legs ached from the constant uphill and downhill stretches, and the weight of the backpack left my shoulders sore. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. I knew that I needed to reach the cabin soon because once darkness fell, navigating the forest would become nearly impossible. I pushed myself forward, stepping over roots and rocks, following the faint trail through the undergrowth. My heart was racing, partly from exertion, partly from anticipation, and partly from the knowledge that the forest was a place where even a small misstep could lead to serious trouble. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a wave of relief. It was small and wooden, with a sloped roof and a single chimney. Smoke was rising gently from the fireplace, indicating that someone had been there recently, perhaps leaving it prepared for visitors. The cabin was surrounded by tall trees, and a small clearing in front of it gave the impression of openness, though the dense forest behind made it feel enclosed and isolated. I dropped my backpack on the ground, feeling the tension in my body begin to ease. My legs were shaking and my back ached, but I was grateful to have reached my destination safely. Inside, the cabin was basic but functional. There was a small kitchen area with a countertop, a sink, and a few cabinets. A table with 2 chairs stood near the window, which overlooked the clearing and the forest beyond. The fireplace was made of stone and filled with neatly stacked logs. A small bedroom with a single bed was at the back, and a bathroom with a simple shower and toilet was tucked into one corner. I walked through the rooms, inspecting everything carefully. The floors were dusty, and there were cobwebs in the corners, but otherwise the cabin seemed well maintained. I checked the fireplace, lit a small fire, and set my backpack down. The warmth from the flames immediately made me feel more comfortable and relaxed. As night fell, I settled into the cabin, eating a simple meal of canned beans and bread. The wind rustled through the trees outside, and the occasional hoot of an owl broke the silence. The forest was alive, but it was a quiet, distant presence. I had brought a small lantern and extra batteries, which I placed on the table. I also had a flashlight and a backup headlamp in case of emergencies. I made sure my phone was charged, although I knew I had little chance of getting a signal in this remote location. I wanted to be completely self-sufficient, and I felt confident that I had planned well enough to handle any situation. The first night passed without incident. I slept on the bed, which was firm but comfortable enough, and the fire in the fireplace kept the cabin warm. I woke a few times during the night to check on the fire and to listen to the sounds outside. The forest was quiet, almost eerily so, but I reminded myself that this was normal. I had expected the occasional noise, branches snapping, animals moving through the underbrush, but nothing unusual happened. When morning came, I felt refreshed and ready to spend the day exploring the surrounding area. The following days were a mix of routine and small adventures. I chopped some firewood, cleaned the cabin, and explored the nearby trails. I found a small stream a few hundred yards from the cabin, where I filled my water bottles and rinsed off. The forest was beautiful, with tall pines, moss-covered rocks, and the occasional deer or squirrel darting through the undergrowth. I felt at peace during the day, enjoying the solitude and the connection to nature. I hiked to higher ground to get a better view of the surrounding forest, and I marked my trail carefully to ensure I could find my way back. Everything seemed safe and manageable. It was on the fourth night that things began to feel different. I had returned from a long hike, carrying more firewood, and I noticed something unusual. The door to the cabin, which I was certain I had locked, was slightly ajar. My heart began to race. I was meticulous about securing the cabin, and I knew I had locked it before leaving that morning. I approached cautiously, my hands shaking slightly, and checked the door. The lock was intact, but the door had clearly been moved. I stepped inside, scanning the rooms carefully. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance. The kitchen items were where they belonged. The bed was untouched, and the fireplace was still warm. Still, the feeling of unease lingered. I double-checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. I also checked the perimeter of the cabin from the outside, walking slowly around it with my flashlight. There were no obvious footprints or signs of anyone being nearby. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I expected to see marks if someone had been walking around. But there was nothing. I felt a mix of relief and continued anxiety. I reassured myself that maybe the wind had moved the door, though it was a heavy wooden door, and that seemed unlikely. I decided to remain extra vigilant from that point on, making sure the fire was always maintained and my flashlight was within reach. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound made me tense. The wind against the trees, a branch falling in the distance, the occasional rustle of small animals. I kept the fire burning longer than usual, and I sat near it, listening carefully. I reminded myself constantly that I was alone in the forest, that nothing supernatural was going to happen, and that any potential threat would likely be human or animal. I had brought tools and even a small hatchet for protection, though I hoped I would never need them. Still, the thought of someone entering the cabin while I slept was unsettling, and I knew I had to stay alert. The following morning, I inspected the cabin and the surrounding area again. Everything appeared normal, but the sense of vulnerability remained. I decided to take a longer hike, moving further into the forest to clear my mind and regain confidence. I followed a small creek upstream, noting every landmark so I could find my way back. After several hours, I returned to the cabin with more firewood and a sense of accomplishment. The sun was beginning to set, and the forest was taking on the dim, muted colors of evening. I prepared a simple dinner and stoked the fireplace, making sure I had everything ready for the night. On the fifth night, the sense of being watched intensified. I noticed subtle changes. Small branches outside that appeared to be broken or disturbed, leaves on the ground that seemed out of place, and faint marks in the dirt that I could not identify. I checked every window, locked every door, and even reinforced the cabin entrance with a piece of wood I had brought. I felt my anxiety grow with each passing hour. I made a plan to stay awake for part of the night, rotating between sitting by the fire and checking the perimeter with my flashlight. Every shadow seemed to move differently than I expected, and I began to realize that being alone in a cabin in the forest was far more psychologically taxing than I had anticipated. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint sound, almost imperceptible, outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, perhaps a deer or a raccoon, but the pattern of the sound did not match. It was deliberate, a series of low scratches and thuds near the front of the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest, and I gripped the hatchet tightly. I listened for several minutes, staying as still as possible, trying to determine the source. The sound stopped suddenly, leaving a tense silence. I forced myself to breathe steadily, knowing that panic would not help the situation. I stayed near the fire, keeping the hatchet close and the flashlight ready. Morning could not come soon enough. As soon as the sun rose, I went outside to investigate. I found clear signs that someone or something had been near the cabin during the night. The earth around the door was disturbed, and there were footprints, large and heavy, leading into the surrounding forest. They were too big to be mine, and they appeared to be human. My mind raced with questions. Who could have come here? How did they know? I never thought a simple trip to a cabin in the woods could change the way I saw the world, or the way I felt about being alone. I had been working for months without a break, the stress piling up in ways I didn't realize until my body started aching constantly and my sleep was shallow and restless. One evening, while scrolling through online cabin rentals, I found a small, remote cabin far up in the mountains, far from towns, roads, and any sort of cell signal. The photos showed a modest, wooden structure surrounded by dense forest, with a creek running nearby and a small clearing that let the sun touch the cabin in the early morning. The price was reasonable, and I thought I deserved a break. I imagined a weekend of peace, reading, hiking, and quiet reflection. I booked it without hesitation. The drive there was long and winding. The further I went, the narrower and rougher the road became, until it was barely more than a dirt track carved through thick pine forests. Each turn made me feel more isolated, and by the time I parked near the cabin, I realized I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. The sun was dipping behind the mountains, sending long shadows across the forest floor. My stomach tightened with a mix of excitement and unease. I tried to brush it off as simple nervousness, the sort that comes when you are far from civilization. The cabin was exactly as it appeared online. It was small but sturdy, with a wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bed pushed against the far wall. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a gas stove, and a tiny bathroom tucked into the corner. I set my things down, stacked some wood for the stove, and built a small fire. The warmth and smell of burning pine calmed me, and I began unpacking, arranging my supplies for the weekend. As the night fell, I realized just how quiet it was. Not the kind of quiet that comes from being indoors in a city at night, but a deeper, heavier quiet that pressed on the ears. The wind rustled through the trees, and I could hear distant animal calls, but nothing else. I tried reading, but every little creak from the cabin, every snap from a branch outside, made me tense. I told myself it was all normal. I had come here to be alone. This was exactly the kind of environment I wanted. Sleep came reluctantly. The bed was hard, the walls thin, and I woke several times to small noises. Branches hitting the windows, the rustle of leaves, maybe a bird or a raccoon. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a sound that didn't belong. It was a slow, dragging thump from outside, like something heavy moving across the forest floor. I froze, heart hammering. The sound repeated, slow and deliberate, pausing, then moving again. I sat up and strained my ears, telling myself it could be a deer, a bear, anything common. But the pattern was too deliberate, too heavy. It sounded as if someone, or something, was moving near the cabin with intention. I didn't sleep much after that. Every sound made me jump, and the fire I had left burning was almost gone by morning. I decided to explore a little, to remind myself that I wasn't imagining things. I walked down a narrow path that led to the creek. The water was cold and clear, and the forest around it was dense and silent. I stayed there for hours, moving slowly, trying to convince myself that the dragging noises had been my imagination. Yet, even in the daylight, I felt watched. Shadows among the trees seemed to move unnaturally, but when I focused, they were just trees, branches swaying in the wind. I told myself again that this was normal, that it was my mind reacting to isolation. I returned to the cabin around midday. I noticed something odd. The back door, which I was sure I had locked, was slightly ajar. My stomach sank. I had been careful, checking it multiple times before leaving in the morning. I pushed it closed and locked it again, but my hands trembled. I searched the cabin. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed out of place. I tried to calm myself by cleaning up and preparing a simple meal, but the sense of unease persisted. That night, the noises returned, and they were closer. The dragging sounds were unmistakable now, circling the cabin. I stayed near the locked doors, clutching a heavy metal wrench I had grabbed from the kitchen, listening. The wind seemed louder now, carrying faint sounds of snapping branches, subtle shifts in the ground. Hours passed. I forced myself to stay awake, pacing, listening. At one point, I heard the slow scrape of something against the wall of the cabin, deliberate and heavy. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew it wasn't an animal. Morning brought little relief. I didn't sleep at all, and my mind was frayed. I considered calling the authorities, but there was no cell signal, and the nearest house was miles away. I decided to leave, to hike down the mountain to the main road. Packing my things was slow, my hands shaking. I kept glancing toward the tree line, half expecting someone to emerge. My nerves were stretched taut. I started down the path carefully, carrying my backpack and the wrench. The forest was quieter now, the morning sun cutting through the fog. I tried to focus on the sound of my boots on the dirt trail, on the birds, on the small creek I passed again. But the feeling of being followed persisted. Every few minutes, I thought I heard the same dragging sound behind me. I would stop, hold my breath, and listen. Nothing. I tried to convince myself that my mind was playing tricks, that my body and mind were exhausted. But the tension in my chest was real, physical. After hours of walking, I finally reached the dirt road. Relief washed over me as I saw a vehicle approaching in the distance. I waved frantically, and the car slowed, stopping a few feet away. The driver looked startled but offered a ride when I explained I had been stuck in the woods. The moment I got inside the car, I felt my body relax for the first time in almost 2 days. I explained briefly that I had been staying at a cabin in the mountains, and the driver nodded, warning me that the area was known for occasional squatters and thieves, people who sometimes hid in the woods and waited for travelers. That explained the dragging sounds, the feeling of being followed, the sense that someone was always near. By the time I reached a town, I was exhausted but relieved. I reported what had happened to the local authorities, explaining the broken door and the strange noises. They investigated the cabin and surrounding area later and found evidence that someone had been living nearby in a makeshift shelter among the trees, watching the cabin. Nothing had been taken because the person had apparently been waiting for someone to arrive, perhaps trying to assess whether they could approach safely. The authorities reinforced the cabin doors, installed extra locks, and eventually, I was able to recover some sense of peace. I never returned to that cabin, and I warned friends against going there. But the experience changed me. It taught me how quickly isolation could turn from peaceful to terrifying, how every instinct matters when you are alone, and how important it is to prepare for situations you cannot predict. Months later, I still remember the weight of that night, the slow dragging sound circling the cabin, and the fear that gripped me as I realized I was not alone. But I also remember the sunlight through the trees as I hiked back to the road, the moment I saw the approaching car, and the relief of finally being safe. The fear was real, but so was the clarity that survival sometimes depends on awareness, caution, and the will to keep moving even when every nerve tells you to freeze. That lesson stayed with me longer than any fear. It became a measure for the rest of my life, a reminder of what could happen in a place that seemed quiet, isolated, and harmless, and how the smallest choices, locking a door, carrying a heavy tool, trusting your instincts, could make all the difference between safety and disaster. I had been planning the trip for months. The cabin was tucked deep into a forest in the northern mountains, a place far enough away from the nearest town that the idea of being unreachable was both exhilarating and quietly unsettling. I told myself I wanted solitude, a place to read, write, and think. But there was also an unspoken part of me that wanted to challenge my own limits, to be alone somewhere that tested my nerves, where I would confront the raw quiet of the wilderness and perhaps learn something about myself in the process. The drive had been long, the road winding and rough, flanked by dense pine and fir trees that created a dark tunnel over the car. By the time I reached the small dirt path leading to the cabin, the sun was low, turning the forest a dim orange through the thick trees, shadows stretching unnaturally across the road. I parked, grabbed my pack, and took the short hike up to the cabin. The cabin itself was small, wooden, and weathered. Its roof sagged slightly, shingles curling at the edges, but it had a rustic charm. I had rented it through a local owner, who assured me the place was perfectly safe. Still, the silence was intense. The kind of silence that presses in on you, almost tangible, unlike anything in the city. I unlocked the cabin door, and the musty smell of wood and dust hit me, mingling with the faint aroma of old pine from the forest outside. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A small table and chairs, a twin bed, a fireplace, and shelves of books. I set my pack down and went through my supplies, checking the food, the water, the lantern, and the matches. Everything seemed in order. I made a fire in the fireplace, letting the smoke curl up and out through the chimney, and watched the flames reflect off the dark wooden walls. It was comforting at first. The isolation felt like a bubble I had created, a place where nothing could reach me. But as the light outside faded and the forest around me turned nearly black, I began to notice things I hadn't before. The forest wasn't silent. There were small, occasional sounds. A branch snapping far away, the rustle of leaves, the almost imperceptible scuff of something moving against the undergrowth. At first, I dismissed them, logical explanations taking over. Animals, birds, the wind. But later, as night deepened, the sounds changed. There was a rhythm to them, subtle but deliberate. Something moving just out of sight, staying in the shadows. My imagination tried to tell me I was imagining it, but my gut tightened with unease. I went to the window, looking out into the dark. The moon was barely a sliver in the sky, and the forest beyond was a wall of black. I strained my eyes, trying to pick out shapes among the trees. I saw nothing, and yet, a few minutes later, there was a snap, close this time, unmistakably deliberate. I froze, the hairs on my neck standing up. I told myself to breathe, to remind myself I was being rational. Animals were everywhere. A deer, maybe a raccoon, nothing more. I built the fire higher and stayed near it, the warmth a small comfort against the creeping dread that had begun to settle in. Night stretched on. The sounds in the forest persisted, at times loud enough that I could make out footfalls in the dry leaves, but always staying just out of sight. I went to bed, convincing myself I would be fine. But sleep was shallow. Every time I drifted, I woke with a start, heart hammering, convinced I had heard a movement close to the cabin itself. I told myself it was the wind, the old wood of the cabin creaking, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, I woke early, feeling restless. I decided to explore a little, to calm my nerves with activity. The forest was beautiful in daylight, sun filtering through the canopy, birds calling to each other in scattered bursts. The air was crisp, and I filled my lungs with it, feeling the tension in my chest ease slightly. I walked along a narrow trail, marking my steps and noting familiar landmarks to make sure I could find my way back. Still, even in daylight, the forest had an undercurrent of something unsettling. Shadows seemed deeper, shapes twisted in ways that suggested movement just beyond perception. I told myself to stop thinking like this, but the feeling remained. Returning to the cabin, I tried to distract myself. I unpacked more of my things, arranged my supplies carefully, and went about cleaning up. Around midday, I noticed something odd. Footprints, faint but distinct. Outside the cabin, in the soft earth near the edge of the treeline, there were small impressions that weren't mine. They were fresh, the soil slightly disturbed. I stared at them, heart sinking. They seemed human. I checked the perimeter, circling the cabin slowly, careful to stay in the open as much as possible. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound. Yet the footprints were there, leading from the forest edge up to the cabin and disappearing toward the back. My mind raced with possibilities, each more alarming than the last. Someone had been close to the cabin during the night. But why? There was no sign of forced entry, nothing disturbed inside. My pack was untouched, the door securely locked. I checked the windows, still locked. Whoever had been there had either observed from a distance or circled the cabin without leaving evidence of intrusion inside. The thought made my stomach churn. I considered leaving, but the nearest town was an hour's drive away, and the roads could be treacherous if I went unprepared. I decided to stay, but to remain vigilant. I spent the next hours preparing. I moved the table to block the door, checked the fireplace tools for anything that could be used in defense, and made sure my phone was charged. The cabin had no cell signal, but there was a small satellite phone I had brought for emergencies. I kept it near me, though I hoped I would not need it. As evening approached, I realized the dread I felt was heavier this time. The forest seemed to shift with the fading light, the shadows long and strange, and the sounds more pronounced. Something large moved somewhere beyond the treeline. It was difficult to determine distance, but the steps were deliberate, careful, like someone stalking, moving just within the brush, staying hidden. I stayed by the fire, listening, not daring to move. The night stretched on, each sound setting my nerves on edge. I considered calling the authorities, but without concrete evidence. I was unsure what they could do immediately. Then, there was a sound at the door. A single knock, light but firm. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, eyes wide, listening for anything else. Another knock, louder this time. I didn't move. The firelight flickered, casting erratic shadows across the room. I could hear soft breathing outside the door. Rationally, I knew I could defend myself, but my body was tense, ready to flee or fight. I had prepared for emergencies, but this was different. This was immediate. Another knock, and then silence. I waited, holding my breath, until it was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Minutes passed, then hours, and the sound did not return. When I finally dared to approach the door, it was just the night again. Empty, silent, and foreboding. The following morning, I left the cabin at first light. I didn't sleep well again. The sounds of the forest relentless, the anxiety thick in my chest. As I walked back to the road, I scanned the ground for signs, trying to understand if anyone had lingered overnight. The footprints from the previous day were gone, washed away by the light rain that had fallen overnight. The forest seemed innocuous in daylight, yet the memory of the night before lingered. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling the weight of unseen eyes, but no one followed. By the time I reached my car, I felt a cautious relief, a strange combination of triumph and exhaustion. I had survived, and yet the experience left me shaken, a reminder of how isolated and vulnerable one can be in the wilderness. Driving away, I replayed the events, analyzing every sound, every shadow. I realized the experience had changed me subtly, sharpening my instincts, making me more aware of the fragile boundary between safety and exposure in a place as wild and uncontrolled as the forest. That evening, back in the town, I called the local ranger station, reporting the footprints and the sounds. They assured me they would check the area. They mentioned occasional trespassers and poachers who sometimes moved quietly through the woods. And while they did not promise immediate results, it comforted me to know I had alerted someone. For the first time in days, I could breathe without the edge of panic, knowing the cabin, the forest, and I had all survived the encounter intact. The experience remained vivid in my memory, a testament to the stark, unforgiving reality of the wilderness, and the importance of preparation, awareness, and caution when stepping into it. In the weeks that followed, I found myself thinking about the cabin, the forest, and that strange presence near the door. I revisited the photos I had taken, the paths I had walked, and the supplies I had packed. Everything had seemed ordinary, yet the nights were anything but. It was a lesson etched deeply into my memory. Isolation can reveal a vulnerability one never truly understands until confronted with it. I had been planning this trip for months. It wasn't a vacation in the usual sense. I didn't want beaches or crowded tourist spots. I wanted isolation, somewhere I could completely cut myself off from everything else. I needed to be alone. I had rented a small cabin in a remote forested area, far from the nearest town, at the edge of a dense pine forest, the kind of place where cell phone service disappears and the nearest road is a rough, gravel path. I told myself it would be peaceful, a chance to reset my mind, but I underestimated how isolating it could be. I arrived just before dusk, driving a long, narrow dirt road that twisted through the forest. The tires of my old car crunched over gravel, and I could feel every bump through the seat. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was low, barely visible through the thick canopy of trees. The cabin itself was modest. A single story, wooden walls, a small porch, and a steep roof. It looked sturdy, solid, but it had been left alone for some time. The wood was weathered, darkened by rain and sun, and a thin layer of dust covered the porch. I parked my car in a small area beside the cabin, stepped out, and immediately noticed how silent it was. There were no cars, no birds, not even the faint rustle of the wind through the trees. It was a heavy, pressing silence, the kind that makes your ears ring and your skin crawl. I carried my backpack inside, setting it down beside the rough wooden table in the center of the main room. The interior smelled of old wood, dampness, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. It wasn't unpleasant, just strange, like the house itself had been waiting. The cabin was simple inside. A small kitchen area with a gas stove and a sink, a few shelves, and a refrigerator that hummed quietly. The main room had a single chair, a small sofa, and a wood-burning stove. There were 2 bedrooms, one with a single bed and one with a larger bed. I chose the smaller bedroom for myself. I unpacked a few essentials: clothes, food, water, a flashlight, and made a quick check of the cabin. The windows were intact, and the doors locked. Everything seemed secure. I told myself I was ready for the solitude. Night came quickly. I lit the stove, which crackled warmly, and sat in the chair with a mug of tea. The darkness outside was absolute. I could barely make out the shapes of trees beyond the cabin windows. The wind started up, moving through the pines with a low, mournful sound. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the forest, normal noises. But there was something about that darkness, the way it seemed to press in on the cabin, that made the air feel heavier. I decided to check the perimeter around the cabin. The forest was a few feet away from the clearing, dense and almost black. My flashlight cut a narrow path through it, illuminating twisted roots, fallen branches, and thick undergrowth. The forest floor was uneven, and I had to step carefully to avoid tripping. I noticed the tracks in the dirt near the edge of the clearing, human footprints, fresh, leading into the trees. My heart raced. I was sure I had seen no one drive up. No one was supposed to be here. The footprints were deep, showing that whoever had been there was heavy. I followed them cautiously for a short distance, my flashlight shaking slightly in my hand, but they vanished quickly, swallowed by the thick forest. I returned to the cabin, locking the door behind me. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker, maybe someone camping nearby. Still, a tension settled over me, a weight pressing down that made it hard to focus on anything else. I told myself to rest. I had a long night ahead, and I needed sleep. Sleep came fitfully. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind through the pines, set my nerves on edge. I kept imagining shadows moving outside the windows, just beyond the reach of the light. I woke several times, convinced I had heard someone outside. Each time, I grabbed my flashlight, moving to the windows to check, but there was nothing at all. By the time the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I was exhausted, tense, and alert in a way that made my muscles ache. I spent the next day exploring the surrounding area. The forest was thick, the paths unclear, and every turn seemed to look the same. I stayed within sight of the cabin, taking care not to get lost. I found a small creek a few hundred feet away, water clear and cold, and marked its location in my memory. I collected firewood and small branches for the stove. The day passed slowly, filled with the sounds of distant animals, the occasional rustle in the undergrowth, and the constant, oppressive silence. I kept noticing small signs that someone or something had been there. Broken branches, footprints, even a few pieces of discarded trash I hadn't seen before. The second night was worse than the first. The wind picked up, howling through the trees like a living thing. Shadows moved in impossible ways, and I felt certain I was being watched. Every sound seemed amplified. A branch snapping, a distant animal call, even the hum of the refrigerator. I stayed awake most of the night, flashlight in hand, scanning the dark edges of the clearing. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it. A soft, deliberate tapping on the cabin wall. Not random, not a branch blown by the wind. It was slow, rhythmic. I froze, straining my eyes in the darkness. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep at all the next night. I barricaded the doors with a chair, stacked firewood against the windows, and kept my flashlight within reach. The tapping came again, sporadically, always at night. I began noticing more signs of someone else being near. Footprints circled the cabin, some fresh, some older, disturbed branches. Even the faint smell of smoke, like a small fire had been lit nearby. Days passed in a tense blur. I started rationing food, not just because I had a limited supply, but because I was too nervous to leave the cabin for long periods. The isolation became suffocating. The forest, once beautiful, now felt like a trap. My imagination started playing tricks on me. I would see shapes in the trees that weren't there. Shadows moved where there was no light. I became hyper-aware of every sound. The wind, the animals, the creaks of the cabin settling. One afternoon, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to find a way to signal for help. The nearest road was several miles away, but there was a small clearing a little distance from the cabin that might be visible from the air. I packed a small bag, took my flashlight, and started walking carefully through the forest. I kept my eyes on the trees, convinced that someone was following me. Every step I took, every snap of a twig, made my heart race. I reached the clearing and started making a large signal on the ground, arranging logs and rocks in a pattern. As I worked, I thought I saw movement in the trees behind me. My heart jumped. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam over the forest, and finally, I saw it. A man, tall, thin, standing among the trees, watching. I froze. He didn't move, didn't call out, just watched. I dropped the flashlight, it rolled a few feet away, and I picked it up again. The man was gone. I ran back to the cabin, never looking back. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I stayed by the window, flashlight in hand, scanning the dark forest. Around 2 in the morning, I heard voices. Low, muffled, distant at first, then closer. They weren't talking to each other, more like they were coordinating something, planning. My mind raced. I was trapped, alone, with someone else in the forest. I felt my stomach knot in fear. The next morning, I realized I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, taking only essentials. I checked the car. It started, thankfully. I kept my eyes on the tree line as I drove slowly down the dirt road. Every rustle, every shadow set my nerves on edge. I drove for miles, until the cabin and the forest were far behind me. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a gas station, shaking, exhausted, and told the attendant I needed to call the police. I gave them the location of the cabin. They promised to send someone to check it out. A week later, I returned to that area, escorted by law enforcement. The cabin was empty, no signs of recent habitation beyond what I had seen. The police explained that the forest was sometimes used by people living off the grid, some of whom could be dangerous, especially when encountering strangers. They assured me that it was rare, but it explained the footprints, the signs of someone nearby. I realized then that my mind had been right to sense danger. The isolation, the silence, the shadows, they weren't tricks. They were real. I never returned to that cabin. I found another place, closer to civilization, where I could still be alone but never completely isolated. I learned to respect the wilderness, to understand that peace comes with caution, and that silence can hide dangers I might never see. The forest stayed in my mind, not as a place of calm, but as a reminder that isolation can be terrifying, even when there is no go. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks. My work schedule had been brutal, and the thought of escaping into the woods, away from the city, the noise, and the constant pressure, was almost intoxicating. I didn't need a large cabin or any fancy amenities, just a simple, isolated place where I could sit quietly, breathe, and do nothing but watch the forest move around me. I had rented a small cabin through an online listing. The description was minimal, quiet, remote, private, perfect for unwinding. There were a few pictures showing a modest wooden cabin surrounded by trees, a small porch with a rocking chair, and a fire pit nearby. The reviews were positive, though sparse. I didn't mind. In fact, the sparsity of reviews added to the allure. I wanted silence, not company. The drive itself was long but not difficult. I left Friday morning and navigated narrow country roads that twisted between dense forests and open fields, occasionally passing farms or clusters of houses. Each mile removed me further from the hum of traffic and the glow of streetlights until I reached the dirt path that led to the cabin. The GPS insisted it would take me only a few more minutes, but the path narrowed and the trees pressed in on both sides until sunlight barely touched the road. I slowed my car to a crawl, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter, my anticipation mixing with unease. The isolation was palpable. Birds were the only living things I could see or hear. After what felt like an eternity, the cabin appeared in a small clearing. It looked exactly like the photos. A thin trail of smoke rose from the chimney. For a moment, I hesitated, wondering if anyone else was there, but the silence around it told me otherwise. I parked and stepped out, stretching my arms and taking a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp soil. The forest seemed to hum quietly, a rhythm I couldn't quite name but felt in my chest. I walked to the porch, running my hands along the railing. It felt solid, old but sturdy. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was rustic, bare wood floors, a small kitchenette, a wood stove, and a loft for sleeping. There was no electricity, no Wi-Fi, no distractions. Just me and the woods. I set my backpack down and opened the windows to let in fresh air. Sunlight poured through the small panes, casting a warm glow over the room. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves outside, the occasional bird call, and the distant gurgle of a creek. It was perfect. The first evening passed quietly. I gathered firewood, stacked it neatly, and started a small fire in the stove. The warmth was comforting. I ate the food I had brought, canned beans, bread, and fruit, and then sat by the fire, sipping water from my bottle. Shadows danced on the walls, elongating and retreating with the flicker of the flames. The forest outside darkened as night fell. I checked my watch. 9 p.m. The sky had turned a deep indigo, and the first stars were beginning to appear. I felt a sense of calm I hadn't felt in months. The air was cold, crisp, and clean. I knew I would sleep well, but as the night deepened, I began to notice little things. First, it was the sound. Not anything identifiable, just movement, leaves brushing against each other in a pattern that didn't match the wind. At first, I blamed my imagination, the quiet heightening every minor noise. Then I noticed the shadows outside the windows. They moved, subtly, too large and deliberate to be just trees. I pressed my face against the glass and squinted into the darkness, trying to see what it was. But there was nothing, just blackness, deep and vast, stretching into the woods. My heart began to beat faster, but I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. The isolation of the cabin amplified every sound, every flicker of light, every rustle of branches. I forced myself to sleep, but it was restless. My dreams were fragmented, filled with images of being watched, footsteps echoing through dark trees, and the feeling of something moving just beyond sight. When I woke, it was before dawn. I lay in the loft, staring at the ceiling, listening. Everything was quiet now, unnervingly so. I stayed under the blanket for another hour, gathering courage to get up. Eventually, hunger won. I climbed down, ate a quick breakfast, and decided to explore the surroundings in daylight. The forest seemed friendlier in the sun, the trees and underbrush golden and green, but the path I took quickly became narrow and overgrown. Small animals darted through the leaves, and I spotted tracks. Deer, raccoons, maybe a fox. I was careful to mark my trail so I could find my way back. As the day progressed, I felt more comfortable. I gathered more firewood, stacked it near the cabin, and took photographs of the surrounding landscape. The creek from earlier was a short walk away, crystal clear, tumbling over rocks. I filled my water bottle and paused to sit on a fallen log, listening to the steady rush of water. It was idyllic. I even laughed at my earlier fears. Surely nothing could be dangerous out here beyond the usual forest hazards. And yet, when I returned to the cabin, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The front door, which I was certain I had locked, was slightly ajar. My mind raced. I hadn't seen anyone else in the clearing. Could I have been careless? I pushed the door fully open and checked inside. Nothing seemed disturbed. I double-checked the locks. My heart was still racing, but I told myself it was probably the wind or my own forgetfulness. That night, the sounds returned. Louder this time, closer. Footsteps in the dirt outside the cabin, slow and deliberate. I stayed as still as possible, listening. Then I heard a crack of a branch right next to the window. My pulse spiked, and I grabbed a flashlight, sweeping the beam across the trees. Nothing. but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I stayed near the fire, holding the flashlight, listening. Hours passed. Every sound made me flinch. Eventually, the exhaustion overcame fear, and I dozed off in a chair near the fire, flashlight still in hand. I woke to a sound that made me freeze instantly. A low, deliberate crunch of footsteps on gravel. It was morning, the sun barely rising, casting a dim glow through the trees. I strained my eyes, but all I saw were long shadows of the forest. My mind raced. Someone had been near the cabin last night. But who? Why? And how long had they been watching? Panic gripped me, but I forced myself to think clearly. I needed a plan. I packed a small bag with essentials. Water, some food, my phone, which thankfully had a weak signal but enough to call if needed, a hatchet I had brought along, and a flashlight. I decided I would leave, retrace the path I had driven in, and get to the nearest town. It was the safest course of action. Before leaving, I decided to check the perimeter. I moved cautiously, scanning every tree line. That's when I saw it. A series of footprints, large, booted, leading from the edge of the clearing to the cabin door and then back into the woods. They were fresh, the soil still soft from morning dew. My stomach dropped. Whoever had been here was close, possibly still nearby. I didn't waste time. I locked the door, checked the windows, and started my walk back along the dirt path, keeping my eyes on the forest. Every sound, every movement made me jump. Branches snapping, a distant animal cry, even the wind through the trees felt like a threat. Halfway down the path, I saw movement, a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out details, but it was tall, still, watching me. Fear froze me for a moment, but then instinct took over. I turned and ran. My shoes slipped on the dirt and gravel, my backpack bouncing against me, but I didn't stop. I could hear the figure moving after me, breaking branches, crunching leaves. I didn't look back. I ran until the forest began to thin and I saw the edge of the road where I had parked. I scrambled into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands shook as I sped down the path, not daring to glance back, every shadow in the trees a potential threat. The drive back to civilization felt endless. My adrenaline slowly ebbed, replaced by exhaustion. I kept checking my mirrors, paranoid, expecting the figure to be following me. Nothing appeared. I eventually reached the paved road, breathed a little easier, and continued to the nearest gas station, where I stopped, drank water, and called the local authorities. I reported the situation, the footprints, the figure, and the isolation of the cabin. They assured me they would check the area. I stayed in the gas station parking lot until daylight fully broke. Only then did I feel a small measure of relief. Over the next few days, I tried to process what had happened. The authorities investigated, finding evidence of someone entering the cabin and walking around the property, but they never found the person. The cabin rental service refunded my money and suspended that listing. I told myself repeatedly that I was lucky. The incident stayed with me, the sheer terror of being watched, of feeling utterly vulnerable. I had been looking forward to the cabin trip for months. The workdays had been long, suffocating in their monotony, and the constant noise of the city had worn me down in ways I didn't fully realize until I sat in my car and started the drive into the forest. I had picked a remote cabin I found online, one tucked far back from the nearest road, where cell service was said to be unreliable at best. The appeal was simple: silence, isolation, and a chance to see the stars without the orange glow of streetlights. The directions led me deeper and deeper into winding dirt roads, some barely more than ruts in the earth, flanked by towering trees that seemed impossibly old. Each mile into the woods, the air smelled cleaner, yet heavier, like the forest itself had a weight to it. I reached the cabin just as the sun was dipping behind the horizon. The structure was modest but sturdy, built from logs and stone, with a pitched roof that looked like it had survived countless winters. A stack of firewood rested near the side door, neatly cut, a small porch creaking under the weight of leaves that had fallen and not yet been swept away. I parked and climbed out, stretching after the drive, the stillness pressing in around me. There were no other cars, No signs of life except the occasional scurry of a small animal in the underbrush. I took a deep breath, savoring the way the forest seemed to swallow sound, and unlocked the door. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp earth. The interior was simple: a small kitchen area with a worn countertop and a sink, a wood stove, a dining table with 2 chairs, and a narrow hallway leading to a couple of small bedrooms. I dropped my bag and set about making the place feel like mine, lighting the stove and unpacking basic supplies. The light from the stove and the small lamps in the cabin offered a warm, inviting glow, contrasting sharply with the gathering darkness outside. That first night, I slept well despite the occasional creak of the cabin settling. The forest sounds were strange and constant: rustling leaves, distant snaps of branches, the faint scurry of animals in the underbrush. It was a comforting kind of background noise, nothing I had to react to, just the living rhythm of the woods. The next morning, I woke early to a low, misty light filtering through the windows. I started a small fire in the stove and made coffee, the aroma filling the cabin. I had decided to spend the day exploring the area immediately around the cabin, familiarizing myself with the land. There was a small stream nearby, its water clear and running cold, and I followed it for a while, noting the tracks of deer and other animals. The forest was dense but not impenetrable, and the air had that damp, earthy scent that makes breathing feel heavier yet cleaner at the same time. I felt a profound sense of solitude, one that was both exhilarating and quietly unnerving. Even when alone, the forest felt alive in a way I hadn't anticipated. As the afternoon passed, I noticed something odd. I had ventured a few hundred meters further than planned, and though I had not left the visible area I intended to explore, the familiar landmarks seemed subtly off. The stream curved in a way I did not remember, and the trees that had been widely spaced grew closer together. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks because I was not used to relying on memory alone to navigate. I retraced my steps slowly, careful to note the distinctive shapes of rocks and fallen trees to orient myself. By the time I returned to the cabin, a faint unease had settled in my chest, a prickling sense of being watched, though I could see no one, and there were no footprints beyond the usual animal tracks. The cabin felt secure, though, the door locked, windows latched. The following days unfolded with a rhythm that was part routine, part discovery. I chopped wood for the stove, explored new trails, foraged cautiously for wild berries, and kept a careful eye on the weather. One evening, while preparing a meal, I noticed the sun dropping quickly, the forest suddenly dimming in ways I hadn't anticipated. Shadows became longer, more defined, stretching across the cabin floor. I heard the snap of a branch outside, closer than before, a sharp sound that seemed to echo too clearly. I paused, listening intently, my heart quickening, but the forest offered no other sound except the distant calls of birds settling in for the night. I dismissed it, but a subtle tension had taken root, a vigilance I could not shake. By the 4th day, the unease had grown more persistent. I began to notice details I had previously ignored. The way certain windows reflected shadows differently, how the rustle of leaves sometimes sounded like movement behind me, how the forest outside the cabin seemed to shift in ways that made my familiar path appear foreign. One morning, I woke to find small indentations in the soft earth near the cabin, not entirely human in shape, deeper and irregular, suggesting either an animal larger than a deer or something moving cautiously in the dark. I checked every lock and reinforced the doors and windows, keeping a heavy stick nearby. My mind tried to rationalize every sound, every movement. An animal, a branch falling, the wind. Yet, deep down, I could not shake the persistent, gnawing worry that I was not as alone as I thought. The nights became harder. Sleep came in short bursts, interrupted by sounds that seemed amplified in the dark. Every crack and groan of the cabin made me tense. Once, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch, deliberate and soft, as if someone had been pacing just outside. I stayed still for long minutes, heart hammering, listening. When nothing followed, I told myself it must have been the wind or my imagination. But then I noticed a small stone lying near the door, one I was certain had not been there before. I could not see footprints clearly in the soft earth, but the placement felt deliberate. I considered leaving, packing up immediately and driving back to the safety of the road. But part of me, stubborn and curious, wanted to confront the anxiety head-on, to understand what was happening in the woods. On the 6th day, the situation escalated. I was chopping firewood outside when I heard the unmistakable crunch of footsteps approaching from the tree-line. I froze, raising my eyes over the axe I held, scanning the thickening forest. The sound stopped abruptly, leaving only the birds and wind. But my pulse shot up as I realized the approach had been too deliberate to be a deer. I went back inside the cabin slowly, bolting the door and drawing the curtains. I inspected every window, looking for movement, and found nothing. Hours passed. The sun began to dip, casting long, dark shadows across the cabin floor. Then I heard it again, a thump against the cabin wall, not violent but deliberate, like someone testing strength, checking whether I was inside. I did not move, barely breathing. It happened twice more before nightfall, each time closer, each time deliberate enough that the forest outside felt like it had turned hostile. Sleep that night was impossible. I kept the fire going, listening to every sound, every rustle, every distant snap. I thought about calling for help, but cell reception was non-existent, and the nearest town was hours away. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. When dawn came, I prepared for the worst, examining the doors and windows, checking the perimeter. There were faint disturbances in the soil around the cabin, subtle depressions that suggested human movement in the night. Whoever had been there was careful, deliberate, leaving no clear footprints, no obvious sign of entry. It terrified me, the thought of someone watching me, testing me, perhaps waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I decided I would leave that day. I packed essentials, taking only what I could carry, leaving food and non-essentials behind. The moment I stepped outside, I noticed something chilling. There were new marks leading away from the tree-line toward the cabin, faint and low, like someone had crouched and moved silently. I did not stop. I walked quickly, staying aware of every sound, my eyes scanning the dense forest for movement. The feeling of being observed was oppressive, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I reached my car, and with hands trembling, I loaded my bag and started the engine. The gravel road under the tires sounded like an alarm to my nerves, a temporary relief that I was moving, leaving the forest behind. The drive back was tense. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see a figure moving between the trees. Nothing appeared, yet the fear lingered. When I finally reached a paved road and then a gas station, the lights, the people, the open space, all of it felt like a reprieve, like the world was normal again. I bought a coffee and sat in my car for a long while, taking deep breaths, trying to calm the adrenaline still hammering in my chest. I told myself that maybe it had been someone else camping nearby, someone testing the cabin, maybe even a local prankster. Whatever it was gone now, and I was safe. The rational part of me understood that. The part that had felt hunted, that had heard the deliberate footsteps and noticed the strange marks, still shivered at the thought. In the weeks that followed, I could not bring myself to return to the cabin. I researched the area, reading forums and local accounts. Some had experienced break-ins. I had planned the trip for weeks. It wasn't some wild adventure or a reckless escape from the city. I just needed a few days alone, away from people, away from noise, away from everything that made life feel crowded and suffocating. The cabin I rented was on the edge of a small forest, tucked between a thin line of pines and an overgrown meadow that stretched down to a narrow creek. The road there wasn't paved, only a dirt trail that twisted and dipped, lined with grass that reached above my knees. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked smaller than I expected, rough-hewn and old but solid. Its wood had grayed from weather, and the shingles on the roof were worn, some curling at the edges. There was no cell signal at all, which was part of the plan. No calls, no texts, no obligations. Just the forest, the cabin, and me. The first night was quiet, almost painfully so. The only sounds were the soft rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional croak of frogs near the creek. I unpacked slowly, setting my few supplies on the counter and organizing the small kitchen. There was a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed tucked into a corner. The furniture was rough but sturdy. I stacked firewood near the stove, making sure I had enough for the night. As the sun went down, the forest darkened, and I lit a small lamp in the living area. The shadows of the trees pressed close to the windows, bending and twisting like they were moving, though I knew it was just the wind. Even then, I felt an unease settle in my chest, a prickling at the base of my neck. I told myself it was the isolation. Just being alone after years of constant noise and human presence could do that to anyone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't completely alone, that something unseen was watching from the darkness beyond the glass. The second day, I decided to explore the forest around the cabin. The map I had showed a small trail leading up to a ridge, but the path was overgrown, narrow, and uneven. The air smelled damp and earthy, rich with fallen leaves and pine sap. Birds called above me, unseen, and I noticed deer tracks in the mud, along with the prints of smaller animals. Raccoons, foxes, maybe a bobcat. The further I walked, the denser the forest became. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangling in the gray light, making it feel as though the sun had dimmed. I tried to remember the trail and mark it as I went, using small ribbons of cloth I had packed, tying them to low branches to find my way back. Hours passed as I navigated the underbrush, stepping over roots and rocks, my boots sinking into soft soil. The silence was nearly total, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a branch under my feet. When I finally reached the ridge, I realized I had underestimated how far I had walked. The cabin was nowhere to be seen, hidden entirely by the trees. From the ridge, I could see the creek glinting like a thin ribbon of silver, winding through the dense forest below. It was beautiful, breathtaking even, but it also made me aware of just how isolated I really was. I stayed there for a long while, breathing heavily, feeling the pulse of my own heart. I knew the safest choice was to turn back, to follow my markers down to the cabin before it got dark. But part of me wanted to push further, to see more, to keep moving in the vast emptiness of the woods. In the end, I decided against it. I had enough daylight to get back, and I didn't want to risk being caught in the forest after dark. The walk back felt longer, more oppressive. Shadows stretched across the forest floor, growing sharper and darker as the sun sank behind the trees. The markers I had placed helped, but the trail was confusing. At one point, I realized I had missed a ribbon and had wandered slightly off course. My pulse spiked, not from fear, but from a sudden awareness of how easily someone could get lost out here. I stopped, listening. Nothing but the wind, nothing but the distant sound of water. I reminded myself that there was no one else out here, no danger beyond what the forest itself might offer. Still, I couldn't shake the awareness that this was a place where someone, or something, could easily go unnoticed. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was just below the horizon, leaving a thin strip of orange light that quickly vanished into blue and then black. I immediately checked the perimeter, walking around the cabin, making sure the doors and windows were secure. Everything was fine. Nothing had been disturbed, but my unease lingered. I built a fire in the stove and sat in the glow, feeling the warmth through my fingers and chest. I watched the shadows crawl along the walls, the corners darkening. The wind whispered outside, and for the first time, I noticed a smell in the air, something metallic and faint, like rust or old blood. My stomach clenched, and I stood to check the windows again. Everything seemed normal. No tracks outside, no signs of anyone coming near the cabin. I told myself I was imagining it, that my mind was filling the silence with tension. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, listening to the wind. Every creak of the cabin made my body tense. I imagined branches scraping the windows, animals moving close to the walls, even a stranger watching from the edge of the forest. The thought of a human presence out here, someone who could move silently, who might be watching without any warning, made my skin crawl. I tried to calm myself with logic. There had been no signs of anyone nearby. The nearest road was over a mile away, but logic did little to soothe the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I finally drifted off hours later, waking multiple times to the same shadows and noises, heart pounding each time. The next morning, I decided to stick close to the cabin. I made coffee over the stove, checked the perimeter again, and resolved to stay in the immediate area. The creek was close, only a few minutes' walk, so I thought I would spend the day exploring just that. The water was cold and clear, running over smooth stones, and I followed it for a while, noticing the way it curved around the roots of old trees. I found some fish swimming near the shallows and took pictures with my phone. It was peaceful, and for a while, I felt some of my anxiety ease. But as the sun moved across the sky, the sense of isolation crept back. I realized that if something went wrong, an injury, a sudden storm, a fall, I would be entirely on my own. I tried to dismiss the thought, focusing instead on the subtle beauty of the forest, the way light danced on the water, the texture of moss on stones, the smell of wet earth and pine. Late in the afternoon, I went back to the cabin to rest. That's when I noticed the first truly alarming thing. The firewood I had stacked neatly near the stove had been moved slightly. Not drastically, just shifted as if someone had stepped near it. My stomach dropped. I checked the windows and doors again. All secure. No footprints outside. But the mental image of someone entering my cabin while I was away was impossible to ignore. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal. Maybe a raccoon had come through a window or a gap in the door. But nothing was missing, and nothing seemed damaged. Still, the unease intensified. I kept a knife nearby, checking it every few minutes, the metal cold and heavy in my hand. That night, I set up extra precautions. I placed heavy chairs against the door, moved the stove to block the main entrance, and kept the knife within reach. I stayed awake until the early hours, listening intently. The forest was alive with sound, owls hooting, the wind in the pines, the scuttling of small animals. But there was nothing human. My exhaustion eventually overcame my fear, and I slept, though lightly, ears straining for the slightest noise. The following day, I decided I couldn't stay entirely in one place. I needed to gather wood for the next few days, clean up the cabin, and make sure everything was in order. I moved cautiously, checking for tracks each time I stepped outside. I stacked more firewood, swept the floor, cleaned the small kitchen, and tried to focus on practical tasks. During this, I noticed something else. A small trail of footprints leading from the edge of the forest toward the cabin, fresh and unmistakably human. My stomach sank. Whoever had come here before had left no signs but these. The footprints stopped about 20 feet from the cabin, near a tree. They were too large for an animal. My mind raced. It was clear someone had been watching, perhaps observing without approaching. The rational part of me wanted to leave immediately, to drive back to civilization, but the car was parked down the dirt trail, and I had no cell signal. I was committed for now. I would have to remain vigilant. Over the next few days, I implemented strict routines. I kept the cabin locked at all times, slept with a knife under my pillow, and made mental notes of any unusual sounds. Every time a branch snapped or a leaf rustled, I froze, heart pounding, imagining the worst. I began to notice small things. A door creaking that I hadn't closed properly, the feeling of being watched even when I was outside. A shadow that moved faster than the wind could explain. It was exhausting, but I told myself I could endure it. I had to. I had planned this for solitude, but it had become something else entirely, survival. I remember the day I left for the cabin as if it had been etched into my memory with sharp clarity. I had planned the trip for months, thinking it would be a quiet escape from the noise and stress of the city. The cabin sat in a remote part of the forest, far from the nearest town. A place where I could be completely alone, or so I thought. The drive was long, winding through stretches of road flanked by tall pine trees, their trunks dark and imposing, casting long shadows that crept across the narrow path. By the time I arrived, the sun was already low, spilling a golden glow across the treetops and painting the forest floor with dappled light. The cabin itself was small but sturdy. Weathered wood covered its walls, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle, as if it had been holding on for decades. A thin chimney puffed out faint wisps of smoke, which I assumed came from a previous guest or perhaps a caretaker. I parked my car in a clearing nearby and carried my bags up the short trail to the front door. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and there was a quietness that felt almost unnatural, the kind that pressed against your ears and made every small sound, like a snapping branch or rustling leaf, feel enormous. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A small kitchen was tucked into one corner, with a stove that looked old but usable. The living area had a worn couch and a few chairs, and a small wood-burning stove sat against the wall. A loft above served as a bedroom, accessible by a narrow ladder. Everything was coated in a thin layer of dust, but nothing seemed broken or unsafe. I unpacked my things, lit a fire, and tried to relax, telling myself that this was exactly what I had come for. Solitude, nature, a chance to breathe. The first night was mostly uneventful. The wind whispered through the trees, and the occasional sound of animals rustling in the underbrush reminded me that I was not entirely alone, but that was the point. I fell asleep to the steady crackle of the fire, feeling a quiet satisfaction at having escaped the chaos of the city. But the next morning, as the sun rose in a thin haze of fog, something felt off. I was used to the occasional creak of an old cabin settling or the distant cry of a bird, but there was a sharper sense of tension in the air, a feeling that the forest was watching. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to being alone in such a remote place, but the unease stayed with me. I decided to spend the day exploring the surrounding area. The forest was dense, with trees so tall they seemed to blot out the sky in certain areas. Fallen logs and thick underbrush made walking difficult, and every now and then I had to step over roots that twisted across the trail like gnarled fingers. I noticed that the sounds of the forest were strangely muted. Birds and small animals seemed scarce, and even the wind, which normally rustled the leaves, felt oddly still. By late afternoon, I had wandered far enough to realize that I didn't recognize my surroundings anymore. I tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. Endless trunks, shadowed undergrowth, the same patterns of moss on rocks and fallen branches. Panic began to creep in, a gnawing awareness that I might be lost. I checked my phone for GPS, but the signal was weak, and maps only showed a vague outline of the area. As the light began to fade, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows lengthened, and the once welcoming rustle of leaves now felt like whispers. I stumbled over a root, twisting my ankle, and the sharp pain made me realize how vulnerable I was. I knew I had to find the cabin before it got dark, but every direction looked identical. Fear settled in my chest, heavy and cold. Hours passed, or at least it felt that way, before I finally spotted the faint outline of the cabin through the trees. Relief washed over me, but it was tempered by exhaustion and the dull ache in my ankle. I limped back to the clearing, finally reaching the small door and collapsing inside. I sat by the fire, nursing my ankle, my hands shaking not from the cold, but from the adrenaline that had carried me through the forest. That night, the wind picked up. It rattled the windows and made the trees groan, sending small branches tapping against the roof. I could hear distant sounds that I didn't recognize. The snap of a branch, the heavy rustle of movement in the underbrush, a low, scraping sound that seemed deliberate. I stayed close to the fire, poking at it with a stick, trying to convince myself that the sounds were nothing more than deer or small forest animals. But the scraping continued, sometimes stopping, sometimes starting again in a rhythm that felt almost purposeful. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shadows moving just beyond the cabin walls, figures slipping between the trees. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks after a long day of stress and fear, but the feeling persisted, gnawing at me with the certainty that I wasn't alone in the way I had expected. The next morning, I discovered the cause. At first, I thought I had imagined it, but then I noticed the footprints around the cabin. They were large, deep, and oddly human-shaped, but the spacing was strange, uneven. Some seemed to circle the cabin, and others headed into the forest. I followed them cautiously, my heart pounding, and realized that whoever, or whatever, had made them had come close enough to touch the cabin walls. There was a sense of observation, of being watched from the trees, and I felt a cold clarity. Someone had been near the cabin while I slept. The realization sent me into a state of heightened alert. I fortified the cabin as best I could, stacking firewood near the doors to block them and checking every window for vulnerabilities. I made sure my phone was charged and kept it in my hand at all times. I stayed near the door, listening, watching, unable to relax. The forest seemed alive with movement, and I knew that if someone was out there, they were waiting, patient, and cautious. For the next 2 days, I stayed inside, barely eating, moving only to tend the fire or fetch water. The scraping sounds continued at night, sometimes closer than I expected. My sleep was broken, my nerves frayed, and I felt a deep, bone-deep exhaustion settle in. I realized that the forest was no longer a peaceful escape. It had become a trap, isolating me in a place where help would not come quickly. On the third night, the fear escalated to outright terror. I was sitting by the fire when I heard a series of deliberate knocks on the door. Not the random tapping of branches, not the scuttling of animals, but distinct, human knocks. I froze, my heart hammering, and the sound repeated, slow and methodical. I held my breath, trying to calculate my options. My ankle was still sore, making a sudden escape difficult. I remembered the small ladder to the loft and considered hiding there, but the knocks continued, now accompanied by a low, rhythmic scraping against the cabin wall, like someone testing the strength of the wood. I stayed as still as possible, praying that whoever it was would leave. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and then, as abruptly as it began, the knocking and scraping stopped. The silence afterward was suffocating, heavy with expectation. I couldn't stay another night, not like this, not with the feeling that someone was out there, circling, waiting. I made a decision early the next morning. I would leave, no matter what. I packed quickly, grabbing only the essentials, and left the cabin through the back door, avoiding the front where the knocks had come. My plan was to follow the dirt road that had led me here, hoping it would connect to the main road. Every step was slow, careful, my eyes scanning the trees. The forest seemed to watch me, and I felt eyes on my back, though I never saw anyone. Hours passed. The road was overgrown and difficult, but eventually, the trees thinned, and I caught sight of a fence in the distance, marking the edge of private property. Beyond that, I saw a faint trail of tire tracks. Relief surged through me. I followed the tracks until I reached a small, paved road. There, I finally saw a car approaching. I flagged it down, exhausted, dirty, and shaking. The driver stopped, and I explained in breathless words that I had been at the cabin and feared someone was out there. They nodded, calling the local authorities for me. When the police arrived, they searched the area around the cabin. They found nothing in the forest, no sign of the person who had been there, no evidence of intrusion other than the footprints I had described. It was as if whoever had come had vanished, leaving only the fear and the memory. I never returned to that cabin, and I never took a trip into a remote forest alone again. Even now, months later, I think about that time constantly. I remember the oppressive quiet, the way the forest seemed to breathe around me, and the terrifying certainty that I was being watched. The fear lingers in my mind, a sharp reminder that isolation can be dangerous, and that sometimes, the most terrifying experiences don't involve monsters or supernatural forces, but people or shadows of people, whose intentions are unknown and whose presence can drive a person to the brink of panic. What I learned is simple but important. Preparation can only go so far, and sometimes, instinct is your most reliable guide. The cabin, the forest, the solitude, they were supposed to be an escape. Instead, they became a test of awareness, endurance, I had been planning the trip for months. It wasn't the kind of vacation people took to relax on beaches or explore cities. I wanted isolation, complete and total separation from everyone I knew. The idea was simple. A small cabin tucked deep into the woods, far enough from the nearest town that even a car horn felt like a disturbance, surrounded by forests that stretched endlessly in every direction. I wanted nothing but the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. That's what I told myself as I packed my gear, as if being alone for a week would reset something inside me that had been chafed raw by years of city life. The cabin was advertised online through a small local rental site, one of those listings with only a handful of photos, showing a wooden structure half hidden by the forest, a stone chimney, and a narrow dirt path leading to it. The owner had said it was remote, rustic, and perfect for people who want to disappear. I didn't need to be sold. I wanted to disappear. I drove for hours on winding roads, the city fading behind me, replaced by wide open fields and finally, dense woods. The GPS stopped working when the trees thickened, and I relied on my sense of direction and the faded map I had printed out. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping low behind the mountains. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, though in person it seemed smaller, almost fragile, like it had grown out of the forest itself rather than been built. There was a thin layer of moss on the roof, and the wooden siding had darkened with age. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, and the silence was absolute, a heavy blanket that pressed against my ears. I parked and unloaded my gear, a backpack with clothes, food, water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, matches, and a large stack of what I had brought for the stove. The cabin had electricity, but I didn't plan to use it much. I wanted the flicker of firelight at night. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small living area with a wood-burning stove, a narrow kitchen counter, a small table, a single bedroom with a bed that had a thin mattress and an old quilt, and a bathroom with a toilet and sink. There were windows on every wall, all dirty, streaked with watermarks from countless storms. Dust hung in the corners. I spent the first hour just walking through the cabin, touching the wood, running my hand over the rough walls, testing the locks, and opening and closing the windows. The floorboards creaked under my weight. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet. Outside, the wind rustled the branches, and a distant woodpecker tapped methodically against a tree. It was peaceful and unsettling at the same time. I built a fire in the stove and set my food on the table, a simple meal I had packed in airtight containers. The fire crackled, filling the cabin with warmth and light. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring into the flames, letting the silence settle in around me. I had been alone many times before, but never like this, completely cut off. Part of me loved it. Part of me felt a creeping unease, a sensation that I was being watched, though I knew I wasn't. It was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. The first night passed quietly. I woke several times to the sound of the wind rattling the windows and the occasional snap of a branch outside. My imagination tried to turn these ordinary sounds into threats, but I reminded myself that I was alone by choice, and there was nothing to fear. I drank water, stared at the ceiling, and eventually drifted back to sleep. The next day, I decided to explore the area. The cabin sat at the edge of a small clearing, with thick forest stretching in every direction. I walked slowly, stepping carefully over roots and stones, noting how the forest changed the further I went. The trees grew taller, the underbrush thicker, and the sounds of wildlife more frequent. Birds called from high branches, and the occasional squirrel darted across the path in front of me. I noticed animal tracks in the soft earth, small paw prints from foxes or raccoons, and larger ones from deer. The sense of solitude was both liberating and strange. The farther I walked, the more I felt like the forest was swallowing me, like I was an intruder in a world that didn't need me. That afternoon, I returned to the cabin and made a simple dinner. I chopped vegetables and cooked them over the stove, the smell filling the small space. I cleaned up, stacked the firewood, and sat back, watching the light fade through the windows. The sky turned dark, and the forest outside became an indistinct mass of shadows. I went to bed early, exhausted from walking and the mental effort of being completely alone. The next morning, I woke to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it didn't match the pattern of the gusts. It was rhythmic, deliberate, almost like someone was walking outside, crunching over the dead leaves. I froze, listening, straining my ears. The sound stopped abruptly. My heart raced. I went to the window and peered out, flashlight in hand, but the forest looked empty. There was nothing there. I told myself it was an animal, likely a deer or maybe a fox, something moving cautiously near the cabin. Still, the feeling of being watched persisted. For the rest of the day, I moved around the cabin more quickly, checking the locks, making sure the windows were closed. I avoided lingering near the edges of the clearing, sticking to the main area in front of the cabin. As night fell again, I built a larger fire, adding more wood than necessary, letting it burn bright. I ate dinner slowly, my senses alert to every sound. The forest was alive with nocturnal animals, and every snap of a twig made my heart jump. I slept with the flashlight on the bed beside me, even though the cabin had curtains and the darkness was normal. On the third day, the tension grew. I realized that the feeling of being watched was not just in my imagination. I found small signs outside that suggested someone, or something, had been near the cabin recently. Footprints, too large to be a deer, pressed into the soft dirt near the back door. They were partially washed by a light rain from the night before, but still distinct enough to make me pause. I traced them with my eyes, noting how they led away into the forest and disappeared. I thought about calling someone, but there was no cell service. The nearest town was miles away. I felt the isolation in a way I hadn't before, like it was no longer a luxury but a vulnerability. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, pacing the cabin, checking the windows and doors repeatedly. I moved the table in front of the front door, blocking it as best I could. I prepared a plan. If someone entered, I could escape through the back, though it would mean running into the forest with nothing but my backpack and the flashlight. I rehearsed the steps in my mind, trying to calm the rising panic that I refused to acknowledge. That night, I slept fitfully. Around midnight, I was awakened by the unmistakable sound of someone walking around the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps, circling the structure. I held my breath, listening, heart pounding so loudly it felt like it could alert anyone outside. I reached for the flashlight, keeping low on the bed, ready to move. The footsteps stopped. The wind seemed to die down. Silence settled. I waited for what felt like hours, though it may have been only minutes, until I finally convinced myself I had imagined it. The next morning, I found more evidence outside. There were fresh footprints in the soft earth, this time leading directly to the back door. The door had been slightly ajar, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Panic surged through me. Someone had been in the cabin. I inspected the interior carefully. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was moved except the slight displacement of the rug near the door. It was as if someone had been inside, looked around, and then left. I tried to rationalize it, perhaps a neighbor or a lost hiker, but the location of the cabin made that unlikely. It was too remote, too hidden for casual wanderers. I spent the day preparing. I moved my supplies into a corner where I could access them quickly, sharpened a kitchen knife, and packed my backpack with essentials. In case I needed to leave in a hurry, I marked the trees around the cabin with small pieces of bright cloth, thinking I could use them to navigate if I had to run. I checked the locks repeatedly and reinforced the doors with spare boards from the woodpile. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I was overreacting, but the rationalizations felt hollow. That night, I stayed awake, fire blazing, flashlight in hand, every nerve on edge. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again, footsteps circling the cabin. This time, they stopped at the front door. A slow, deliberate pause, like someone was testing the lock. I gripped the knife, breath shallow. The door handle rattled. My pulse slammed in my ears. I reminded myself I needed to stay calm, to think, not act recklessly. The handle rattled again, more forcefully. Then, suddenly, it stopped. I waited, frozen, listening, until the sound of footsteps faded into the distance. I didn't sleep again. Morning brought clarity. I couldn't stay there. The isolation I had wanted now felt like a trap. The forest that had seemed peaceful was no longer a refuge but a cage. I packed quickly. I never expected a simple weekend getaway to turn into the kind of experience that would leave me rattled for months afterward. I had found the cabin online through a small local rental site, one of those listings with a few photos of a wooden structure tucked deep in the forest, surrounded by trees, a creek running somewhere close by, and a small fire pit outside. The cabin seemed perfect for the solitude I was looking for, just me, my backpack, and the woods for 2 nights. I had been working in an office that felt like it drained me slowly every day, and the idea of being completely isolated, away from phones, emails, and people was appealing. I packed my supplies carefully, Food that didn't need refrigeration. A small camping stove, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, and a few extra blankets. I didn't overpack because I wanted to keep the trip simple, manageable, and low effort. The drive to the cabin had been long. The GPS guided me through winding roads, past stretches of farmland, and eventually into dense forests where the sunlight barely broke through the canopy. Each mile made the world outside feel smaller, the forest more imposing, and me more alone in a way I hadn't fully anticipated. When I finally arrived, the cabin appeared like a small island of order amid the chaos of the forest. Rough-hewn logs, a tin roof, smoke curling faintly from a chimney as if someone had been there recently, even though I was certain I was supposed to be the only guest. The driveway was overgrown, and the wood of the porch creaked under my weight as I approached. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and old pine. Sunlight filtered through small windows, dust motes dancing in the beams. The interior was sparse but functional. A small kitchen area, a dining table, a couple of chairs, and a lofted sleeping area with a mattress. It had the sense of being untouched for months, but well kept in its own quiet way. I unpacked slowly, placing my food in a cupboard, my water bottles on a shelf, and arranging my sleeping area in the loft. I made a small fire in the fireplace, stacking kindling carefully, lighting it with the slow, methodical focus that always comes when you are alone in the woods, fully aware that a mistake could leave you cold, wet, and miserable. Fire crackled to life and filled the cabin with a comforting warmth. I watched the flames for a long while, feeling the kind of peacefulness that comes from being fully detached from the outside world. Night fell faster than I expected. The forest outside grew darker and denser, and even through the small windows, shadows seemed to stretch and twist in strange ways. I knew this was normal. Shadows in a forest are always strange at night. Still, when a branch tapped sharply against the window near the loft, I flinched. It was windy, I told myself, a branch brushing against the side of the cabin. I had expected some sounds, of course, animals, the wind, the creek, but the isolation made everything feel larger, closer, more intimate, and somehow more threatening. I decided to sleep in the loft, close enough to the fire to stay warm, but high enough that I could see the whole cabin from above. I laid down, pulling the blankets around me, listening to the distant sounds of the forest. The first night passed without incident, though I remember lying awake longer than I had intended, listening to every snap, every rustle, every subtle vibration of the cabin settling. The second morning, I woke with the kind of light hangover one gets from sleeping too long in a quiet place. My body ached pleasantly, muscles loose from hiking a little to explore the surrounding area. I ate a quick breakfast, packed some snacks and water in a small bag, and wandered down the narrow paths that snaked between thick trees. The forest was alive with the smell of damp leaves, the hum of insects, and the distant trill of birds. I didn't go far, only a mile or so in each direction, careful to note landmarks. An unusually shaped tree, a rock formation, a small pond reflecting the sky. I wasn't just walking, I was mapping the space around the cabin mentally, a habit I had developed after years of solo hiking. The further I went, the quieter it seemed, the forest thickening around me as if trying to press me back to the cabin. By mid-afternoon, I returned to the cabin and noticed something I hadn't seen the night before: faint footprints near the edge of the porch, partially obscured by fallen leaves and dirt. They were human, small but definite, leading into the woods and disappearing among the trees. My stomach tightened. I thought maybe I had overlooked them the day before, or perhaps some local kid or hiker had wandered through. Still, there was no indication anyone had approached the cabin closely. The door remained locked, my belongings untouched. I shook it off and spent the rest of the afternoon gathering firewood, making the cabin comfortable and ensuring I had everything ready for another night. Night 2 arrived with a thicker darkness. The wind had picked up, rustling the leaves in a louder, almost threatening rhythm. The fire crackled, but the light felt weaker, smaller, like it wasn't enough to hold back the shadows. I tried to read, but my mind kept wandering to the footprints, to the thought that maybe someone had been near me without my knowing. I forced myself to stay rational. Maybe it was an animal, I told myself, Maybe the wind shifted dirt in a way that looked like prints. Rationality was comforting, though it was already fraying around the edges. Around midnight, I woke to a sound outside the cabin. A low, dragging noise. I froze, listening. My heart thumped hard enough I thought it might echo in the small space. I could hear something heavy moving across the fallen leaves. Crunching, scraping, slow, deliberate. My mind raced through every possible explanation. A deer, a fallen tree branch, a raccoon. None fit the sound exactly. It was heavier than a raccoon, too deliberate for a falling branch, too uneven for a deer. The noise moved around the cabin perimeter. I held my breath, straining my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to stay quiet, not to show my presence. Whatever it was. I waited. The noise stopped. A pause, then a scraping closer to the back of the cabin. I had brought a small hunting knife, more as a comfort than for any practical purpose, and I grabbed it. I crawled down the loft stairs slowly, careful not to make any sound. I crept to the door, pressed my ear to it, and listened. The noise had stopped, replaced by the wind rattling branches, the distant creak. I opened the door cautiously. Nothing. Footprints led around the cabin, deeper into the forest, larger than the ones I had seen in the daylight, heavy and uneven. My stomach sank. Someone had been walking near me all afternoon, circling me, watching, but hadn't come in. I felt exposed in a way I had never felt before, small and vulnerable in a vast forest. The cabin no longer a safe island, but a potential trap. I spent the rest of the night awake, fire burning low, knife at my side, eyes scanning every shadow, ears straining for any hint of movement. Sleep was impossible. I watched the dark windows, imagining shapes, seeing patterns that weren't there, but refusing to leave the cabin. I didn't want to confront whoever or whatever had come near, yet I didn't want to be unprepared. Hours crawled by. Dawn eventually arrived, light spilling weakly through the trees, and with it a sense of relief that felt almost physical. I could see the forest clearly, no shapes lingering in the shadows, just the normal, serene world of trees, rocks, and leaves. I decided immediately to leave. I didn't want another night in that cabin. I packed my things with trembling hands, keeping my eyes on the forest, aware that any shadow could conceal someone. The footprints from the night before had disappeared, and there was no sign of movement except for the wind and the creek. Still, I felt a constant weight on my shoulders, the awareness that someone had been near me, and I hadn't known until it was almost too late. I locked the cabin carefully, made sure the fire was extinguished completely, and left, moving quickly down the narrow roads toward the nearest main street. Driving back, my hands gripped the wheel tightly, scanning the woods on both sides of the road. Every rustle in the trees made my heart skip a beat. The memory of the second night haunted me. The slow dragging steps, the feeling of being watched, the cabin no longer a safe retreat, but a place that had almost trapped me in fear. I didn't stop until I was back in the familiar lights and noise of the town. By the time I reached my apartment, I felt a mixture of exhaustion, relief, and lingering dread. I never returned to that cabin. Weeks later, I learned from a local store owner that the forest had a reputation for transient hikers who sometimes camped illegally, and a few incidents of theft had been reported in nearby cabins, though nothing violent had been recorded. Knowing this gave me a small measure of closure. It hadn't been some supernatural horror, just human danger. That knowledge was enough to calm me eventually, though the memory of being alone, vulnerable, and observed in that quiet, dark cabin stayed with me far longer than I expected. I had gone looking for peace, for solitude, and while I found it, I also found a sharp reminder of how quickly the familiar can become threatening when you are truly alone. I had always been drawn to the isolation of the woods, the quiet stretches where no road led and the only sign of human life was the occasional abandoned cabin. I had spent years camping and hiking, always alone, always testing myself against the wilderness. And I had convinced myself that I could handle anything nature threw at me. So when I found a small, weathered cabin listed for rent deep in the mountains, I saw it as the perfect escape, a place where I could push myself, survive alone, and come back stronger. The cabin was described as old but sturdy, lacking modern amenities beyond a small wood stove, a few propane lamps, and a water pump drawing from a nearby stream. There was no electricity, no internet, no phone reception. That last detail, which might have made anyone else hesitate, was precisely why I was drawn to it. I wanted to be disconnected, truly alone. I wanted to experience the woods as they were. The drive up to the cabin was longer than I expected. The directions were vague, a series of handwritten notes attached to an online rental posting. The last few miles were nothing more than dirt tracks, narrow enough that my small SUV had to hug the edges of sheer drops on one side and dense forest on the other. I drove cautiously, the vehicle's tires crunching over loose gravel and fallen branches. The sky was overcast, and the clouds hung low over the trees, turning everything into varying shades of gray. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun was dipping behind the peaks, and a thin layer of mist had begun to creep along the ground. The cabin itself was smaller than I imagined. It had a rough, weathered look, with dark wooden walls streaked with age and a small front porch that sagged slightly in the middle. Windows were few, their panes thick with dust, giving the place an air of abandonment. I parked the SUV near the cabin and stepped out. The forest was silent, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every small sound. The wind stirred the trees in low, groaning whispers, and the distant call of a crow echoed through the mist. I took my backpack from the car, carrying nothing but the essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, a hunting knife, a flashlight, matches, and a small supply of firewood. I hadn't planned to stay long, only a few days, just enough to test my resilience, but I wanted to be prepared for anything. The door of the cabin creaked as I pushed it open, and a musty smell hit me, the mix of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic, like old rainwater left to sit. Inside, it was small but functional. A single room with a corner for a bed frame, a simple table, and the wood stove in the center. There were shelves along the walls, empty except for a few jars of what looked like preserved food from a previous renter. The floorboards were uneven and creaked with every step, which I noted immediately. I would have to be careful moving around at night. I set down my pack and began to unpack, stacking my supplies neatly on the shelves and preparing the firewood. I lit the stove, and the smell of burning wood mixed with the cabin's mustiness, making it feel strangely comforting. Night fell quickly. I had no lights except the fire and a few lanterns, and the darkness outside was absolute. I sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, listening to the sounds of the forest. At first, it was just the usual: the whisper of wind, the occasional snap of a branch, the distant hoot of an owl. But as the night deepened, the sounds grew sharper. There were rustling noises, faint but constant, coming from the woods around the cabin. I told myself it was probably deer or small animals moving through the underbrush. I had spent enough nights alone in the woods to know that the forest made sounds humans often misinterpreted, especially in the dark. Still, there was a certain rhythm to these noises that made me uneasy. They didn't seem random, they seemed deliberate. Sleep was difficult that first night. Every crack, every snap of a branch made me jump. I kept the door locked, of course, and I had the knife beside me. Hours passed, and I eventually drifted into a shallow sleep, waking several times to the noises outside. By morning, I was exhausted but relieved to see daylight. I made breakfast, lighting the stove again and boiling water for coffee. I stepped outside to stretch my legs and saw the forest in the morning light. It was beautiful, the trees covered in a thin layer of mist, the air crisp and fresh. I felt foolish for letting the night's fears get to me. The woods were alive, but they were not malicious. I reminded myself of that as I surveyed the small clearing around the cabin. The first day passed uneventfully. I explored the area, walking down a faint path that led from the clearing into the denser forest. Birds flew between branches, squirrels chattered, and I spotted a deer in the distance before it melted into the trees. I collected more firewood and inspected the stream where the cabin drew its water. It was cold, clear, and fast-flowing. I filled my water bottles and tested the pump, which worked perfectly. By nightfall, I felt more comfortable, though the darkness still carried an edge of tension I couldn't quite shake. On the second night, the unease returned, stronger than before. Around midnight, I was awakened by a loud, distinct noise, a heavy branch breaking nearby, followed by the sound of movement, deliberate and slow. It wasn't the scurrying of small animals. It was something much larger. I froze, straining to see through the window, but the darkness outside was complete. My first thought was a bear. I had read and heard enough stories of wildlife encounters to know that a bear in the vicinity of a cabin could be extremely dangerous. I checked my supplies. The knife was small, not much more than a tool, but I also had a heavy stick by the stove I could use if I needed to defend myself. I stayed awake for hours, listening. The sounds outside didn't stop. Occasionally, I would hear the soft thud of something heavy moving through the underbrush, then silence, then movement again. I realized the cabin's thin walls offered no real protection. Any large animal could easily break through if it wanted to. I thought about leaving, about driving down the winding dirt track at night, but I also knew the forest at night was treacherous. The path was narrow, uneven, and a wrong move could send me tumbling down a steep embankment. I decided to wait until morning. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed. I stepped outside slowly, surveying the area. The ground was disturbed, branches broken, leaves scattered, and deep scratches in the soil. My stomach sank as I realized that whatever had been moving around the cabin was indeed large, strong, and curious. My first instinct was to stay inside and fortify the cabin, but I also knew I had to understand what I was dealing with. I packed my knife and a length of rope and carefully followed the tracks leading into the forest. They were fresh, the soil still soft, and they led to a denser area where the trees grew thick. The prints were enormous, and the deeper I went, the more I realized these were not deer tracks, not even a bear. Something else had passed through, something heavy enough to break branches but quiet enough to move without panic. I returned to the cabin by late afternoon, anxious but determined to stay. I reinforced the door as best I could with wood and rope, making it harder to open. I blocked the windows from the inside, though the glass was thin and fragile. I checked my supplies and rationed my food, knowing I might need to stay inside until I fully understood what I was dealing with. That night was the worst. The noises outside were constant, almost taunting. I could hear footsteps circling the cabin, the scrape of claws or rocks, the sound of something breathing heavily. I stayed awake, holding the knife, listening for hours. I convinced myself that whatever it was would eventually leave if I did not provoke it. Morning brought a grim discovery. Around the cabin, the ground was churned up in several places, like something had been trying to dig itself in. There were fur tufts caught on the fence posts, long strands that looked gray and matted. I realized I had no idea what I was dealing with, and the fear was suffocating. I thought about calling for help, but there was no signal. I considered hiking out, but the tracks showed that whatever had been here was still nearby, possibly waiting for me to make a move. I was trapped, in a sense, alone with an unknown creature that could be dangerous, maybe deadly. Over the next day, I adapted. I kept the stove lit during the day, using its smoke to mask my scent. I created makeshift barriers on the porch using logs and furniture to slow any attempt at entry. I scavenged more wood, careful not to leave tracks that would reveal my movements. I stayed alert at all times, listening to the forest, predicting movements, and noting patterns. Whatever it was, it seemed intelligent, deliberate, and patient. By the fourth day, I had learned enough to act. The creature seemed to have a pattern. It came at night, stayed close, but rarely entered the clearing directly. I realized that during the day, it was calmer, less daring. I decided to make my move. I packed essentials into a bag, tying food and water securely, and prepared to hike out at first light, knowing the creature would be disoriented and retreating in the morning light. The morning was tense. I left the cabin silently, moving slowly along the path I had followed previously. The forest I had been planning the trip for months, not because I was an adventurer or a thrill seeker, but because I needed to be alone. The cabin I had rented was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest road and farther still from any other sign of life. My plan was simple: pack enough food for a week, bring my notebooks and books, and escape the constant noise of the city. I wanted silence, fresh air, and the kind of solitude that makes you feel the weight of your own thoughts. I didn't want to be anywhere near people, and the cabin promised that. The journey there was long and bumpy. The road narrowed as I drove deeper into the forest. Trees leaned over the dirt track, their branches scratching the hood of my car. The GPS lost signal a few miles before I reached my destination, and I had to rely on a printed map and the small trail markers the cabin owner had sent me in an email. I remember thinking at the time that the cabin seemed almost too remote, but I shrugged it off. I liked isolation. When I finally arrived, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees, leaving the woods in a half shadow. The cabin was old but solid, made of dark wood that blended almost perfectly with the forest around it. A small chimney jutted from the roof, but there was no smoke. The windows were dusty and grimy, giving me only a partial view of the interior. There was a pile of firewood stacked neatly by the side, a rusted swing hanging from an old oak tree in the yard, and a stone path that led to a small dock by the edge of a lake behind the cabin. The water was black in the dim light, still except for a few ripples made by fish or insects. I parked my car, unloaded my backpack, and carried my supplies inside. The cabin smelled of damp wood and something faintly sour, like mildew mixed with old smoke. The floors creaked under my weight, and the walls were thin, letting in the sounds of the forest. I unpacked my food and water, set up my notebooks on the small wooden table by the window, and made a fire in the stone fireplace. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and the sound of a distant bird broke the otherwise heavy silence. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I had brought a flashlight, but I tried to rely on the firelight as much as possible, enjoying the shadows it cast on the walls. There was a strange feeling of emptiness in the cabin, as if the building itself was aware that no one had been here for weeks, maybe months. I went to bed early, the kind of early where you can feel the night pressing against the windows and the roof above your head. Sleep came slowly. Every sound outside, the creak of branches, the snapping of twigs, felt magnified. My mind kept imagining things, small movements in the dark corners of the cabin, shadows shifting just out of the firelight. I knew it was nothing, just nerves, but the fear had a physical weight, pressing on my chest. I woke at dawn to mist rolling across the lake. The water was gray and flat, reflecting the pale light of the early morning. I made coffee on the small camping stove I had brought, listening to the occasional bird call and the far-off sound of running water, probably from a small creek somewhere in the woods. I spent the morning walking the small path around the cabin, inspecting the area, noting down in my notebook the position of the trees, the slope of the land, the way the sunlight hit the lake. Everything seemed peaceful, almost too perfect. On the second day, the sense of isolation began to gnaw at me. It started with small things, a feeling that the forest was watching, that the quiet was too deliberate. I had been cutting some wood for the fire when I heard a low, heavy sound in the distance, like the impact of something large hitting the ground. I froze. For a few moments, all I could hear was my own breathing and the soft rustle of the trees. Then it came again, closer this time, a series of dull thumps. I grabbed my flashlight and walked slowly toward the sound, trying to convince myself it was just a fallen branch or some wildlife moving through the underbrush. But the sound was too regular, too heavy to be a deer or a raccoon. It wasn't coming closer, but it wasn't fading either. It just hovered at the edge of the forest. I went back to the cabin and locked the door, double-checking the windows. That night, the sound came again. This time, it was accompanied by a new noise. A scratching, soft at first, then growing louder, like claws or tools scraping against wood. I sat in the center of the room, heart pounding, listening to the sounds outside. I told myself that there was no one else here, that the nearest road was miles away, that the forest was just making noises. I kept trying to rationalize it, but the scratching kept coming in irregular bursts, always stopping abruptly whenever I looked toward a window. The wind blew through the trees, carrying the sound of leaves, but this was different. It had a rhythm, almost deliberate. I considered calling the police, but there was no signal on my phone, and I knew it would take hours for anyone to reach me. The next day, I found signs outside, small footprints in the mud near the edge of the clearing. Not animal tracks, too large, too deep, with a shape that suggested shoes. I had been completely alone the day before, and now there was proof that someone had come near the cabin without my knowledge. Panic set in, but I forced myself to think clearly. I stayed inside, locked all the doors, and kept the fire going. I checked the windows every hour, noticing the footprints leading around the cabin in a wide circle, but none approaching the front door. Whoever it was, they were cautious, deliberate. I spent the next 2 days barricading the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture against the doors, wedged sticks in the hinges, anything that could slow someone down if they tried to enter. I also started keeping a detailed log of everything I noticed. Footprints, broken twigs, sounds in the night, the time the thumps occurred. It was a small effort to maintain control over a situation that felt increasingly beyond me. I avoided going outside unless necessary, sticking to short trips to gather water from the lake or to chop more wood. Every movement was tense, every shadow suspicious. By the fourth night, the intruder, or whatever it was, made a mistake. I was in the kitchen when I heard a sudden crash at the back window. Heart leaping, I grabbed the heaviest object I could find, a metal poker from the fireplace. The back window was cracked, the glass splintered. Whoever had tried to enter had slipped or been careless. My hands shook so badly I could barely lift the poker, but I stayed put, listening. Footsteps retreated into the trees, slow and deliberate. I realized then that this person had been outside my cabin for days, studying, waiting. The realization sent a wave of fear through me, but also a strange clarity. I could not wait for them to come back. I had to leave. I spent that night awake, fire burning high in the fireplace, flashlight and poker in hand. I reviewed the map and calculated a route to the nearest main road. It was risky because it meant leaving the cabin unprotected, but staying was no longer safe. At first light, I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, my notebooks, a knife, and the car keys. I left the heavy supplies behind, knowing I could not carry everything. Every sound outside made me freeze, but I had to move. I followed the trail back to the dirt road. The woods were alive with the morning sounds, birds chirping, wind rustling leaves, but I couldn't let myself relax. My mind raced, imagining someone following me, hiding behind trees, waiting for me to slip. I reached the road, and the relief was immediate. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove as fast as the road allowed, dirt and gravel spraying behind the tires. The forest receded slowly, the trees thinning, the signs of human life increasing. Mailboxes, driveways, small houses. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a gas station, shaking as I handed over cash for coffee. My hands were trembling, and I could barely speak. I reported what had happened to the local sheriff, explaining the tracks, the noises, and the broken window. They listened, took notes, and promised to check the area. I didn't wait for them to follow up. I drove home, keeping the city lights in sight the entire way, feeling safer with every mile. In the weeks afterward, I thought about the cabin constantly. I wondered if the person had returned, if they were still there, or if they had moved on. The police never found anyone, never explained the footprints, the noises, the deliberate study of my cabin. But I never went back. The cabin, once a symbol of solitude and peace, became a memory of fear, a reminder that isolation carries risks I had never considered. I kept my notes, my logs, my careful account of every detail, a personal record of what had really happened. And though I eventually returned to the city, to work, to people, to noise, I could never shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, that someone had known my routines, my habits, and that, for a few days, I had been completely at their mercy. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. My life back in the city had become a tangle of noise, deadlines, and unending obligations. The idea of escaping to a remote cabin, surrounded by nothing but trees and the occasional animal, had filled me with a strange kind of relief. I had found the cabin online through a small rental website, the kind that felt old-fashioned and personal. The pictures showed a sturdy wooden structure, isolated at the end of a dirt road, with a small porch and a fireplace inside. The surrounding forest looked dense and quiet, and the idea of being completely alone, at first, was comforting. I packed my car with the usual supplies: food, water, a first aid kit, blankets, and some books. I also brought a camping stove, extra fuel, and a small toolbox, just in case. I had learned to be cautious from previous trips. My route to the cabin wound through narrow roads that got progressively worse as I went deeper into the forest. By the time the asphalt ended and the gravel began, the air smelled different: earthy, damp, with a faint scent of pine and moss. The light shifted too, softer and darker beneath the thick canopy of trees. I felt myself relax in a way I hadn't in months. The last mile was the hardest. The road had sunk in some places, puddles reflecting the gray sky above. I drove slowly, knowing a single mistake could leave me stuck or worse. Then I saw it, the cabin, tucked between tall pines and surrounded by undergrowth. It was smaller than it looked online, but sturdy and welcoming in its quiet way. I parked the car and took a moment to take it all in. The wind made the trees creak, and for a moment, I felt a small thrill. This was isolation in its purest form. The first night was calm. I made a fire in the fireplace, cooked a simple dinner, and sat by the warmth with a book. The silence was profound. Even the wind seemed softer here, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. But there was an edge to it, too, a quietness that made me notice every small sound: the scratch of branches, the rustle of leaves, the faint scurrying of something across the forest floor. I felt fine at first, but as the night deepened, I realized that silence can make the mind invent things. Every creak and groan of the cabin seemed louder in the stillness, and I found myself listening with tense attention, imagining shadows moving just out of sight. The next morning, I decided to explore the surroundings. I followed a narrow trail behind the cabin, which led into thicker forest. The trail was uneven, roots sticking out like bones from the ground, fallen branches scattered in a haphazard way. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even birds seemed sparse here. I could hear my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. Every so often, I would see signs of wildlife: a tuft of fur caught on a branch, fresh tracks in the mud, droppings that suggested a deer or a fox had passed recently. I noted them carefully, both out of curiosity and caution. Predators could be nearby. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, and the shadows had lengthened. I checked the windows and doors, feeling a strange need to confirm everything was secure. The cabin had locks, but they were old, wooden latches that might not stand up to much pressure. I felt a flicker of unease, but told myself it was just the wind making the house moan. I had read too many stories about cabins in the woods, about people who got stranded or attacked, but I tried to dismiss it. I had prepared for emergencies, I reminded myself, and I had a cell phone with some signal. That night, things changed. I woke to a sound outside, faint but distinct, a branch snapping, followed by a slow, careful crunch over gravel. My first thought was a deer, but then I realized the sound was deliberate, like someone moving cautiously. I froze, heart pounding. The cabin windows were dark, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. I sat very still, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. I felt a cold trickle down my spine. I knew that at this distance, and with the way the forest muffled sound, whoever or whatever it was, had been watching for a while. I spent hours in the darkness, checking all the windows and doors, making sure everything was as secure as possible. I kept a heavy flashlight and a small hatchet by my side. Sleep was impossible. Every small sound made me flinch. The wind, a loose shutter banging, the distant howl of some animal. I thought about my phone, about calling for help, but the signal was weak, barely enough to send a message. The isolation I had wanted now felt threatening. I realized the forest that seemed so peaceful in the daytime had an entirely different character at night. Something raw, instinctive, and sometimes dangerous. The next day, I decided to leave, but the road was blocked. Overnight, rain had come and turned the gravel into a muddy trap. My car tires spun uselessly in the slick mud. I tried digging, using branches and boards from the cabin's small shed, but the mud was thick, clinging to everything. Panic rose in me slowly. The idea of being stuck alone in the forest, unable to leave, pressed down like a weight. I forced myself to breathe, to think rationally. I went back inside, changed into dry clothes, and made a plan. I gathered extra food and water, prepared the fireplace, and decided that I would have to wait until morning to attempt to free the car again. That night was worse than the first. I heard footsteps again, more clearly this time. They circled the cabin slowly, paused, moved away, then returned. My hatchet felt heavier in my hands, the flashlight brighter than necessary. I stayed awake the entire night, listening, imagining, planning what I would do if someone actually tried to break in. I thought about escape routes, the nearby forest, the trails I had walked earlier. I considered every scenario, from an animal wandering too close to another human with ill intent. Sleep was impossible under this constant tension. By the morning, I had made a decision. I would not try to drive out in the mud. Instead, I packed what I could carry in a backpack: water, food, flashlight, hatchet, and some blankets. I would follow the trail I had explored yesterday and hope it led to a road or some sign of human presence. The forest in the light of day was less intimidating, but I stayed alert. Every step, every rustle, made me tense. I moved cautiously, marking the trail behind me with small piles of stones and broken branches so I could return if necessary. Hours passed. The forest was dense and progress was slow. I kept my senses sharp. At one point, I stumbled over a fallen tree, cutting my hand slightly. I pressed a cloth to the wound and kept moving, knowing that stopping too long might mean trouble. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in thin streaks, and the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the air. I thought about the cabin constantly, worried someone might have tried to break in while I was away. Finally, after what felt like endless walking, I saw a clearing ahead, and then a dirt road. My heart lifted. I walked quickly, adrenaline carrying me forward. The road was familiar looking, a small rutted path that eventually led to a paved road. I followed it for miles until I saw a farmhouse in the distance. I ran toward it, waving my hands, shouting, desperate to signal human presence. A man came out, looked at me with concern, and offered water and a phone. I felt a wave of relief so strong it made me dizzy. I called the authorities, explained where I was, and made arrangements to get my car pulled out later with proper equipment. Looking back, the cabin had been beautiful, peaceful in its own way, but the isolation had a danger that I hadn't anticipated. I realized that being alone in a forest is not just solitude. It is vulnerability. Every sound, every shadow, every unexpected event takes on a weight that city life shields you from. The relief of human presence that I felt on that road, seeing that farmhouse, was almost overwhelming. I knew I would return to nature someday, but I also knew I would never underestimate it again. I had survived, and that survival had given me a strange kind of respect for the quiet, unyielding forest. The experience left me changed. I started paying more attention to preparation, to planning for emergencies, and to understanding my limits. I appreciated the small comforts I had ignored before: working locks on doors, a steady supply of food and water, knowing there was a path back to help. And most importantly, I learned that adventure and danger are inseparable, but careful planning and calm thinking can make the difference between a story that ends badly and one that ends with a clear, safe conclusion. I had been planning the trip for months, maybe even a year. I needed the isolation, the break from the noise of life, from the constant reminders that the world was too crowded, too loud, and too fast. I wanted a place where I could be completely alone, where the only sounds were those of the wind in the trees, the creaking of a wooden floor, the occasional bird or squirrel. That's how I ended up booking a small, remote cabin deep in the forest, the kind of place that most people would pass on because it was inconvenient, too far off the map, too quiet. The pictures online showed a small log cabin, one story, a stone fireplace, and a tiny deck overlooking a creek. It seemed perfect. The drive there was long and winding. I took back roads and forest trails, the GPS blinking like a hesitant guide, sometimes losing signal entirely, forcing me to rely on the faint sense of direction I had picked up from the map I printed out weeks earlier. The closer I got to the cabin, the narrower the road became, the forest closing in on both sides, dark and dense, the trees so tall that sunlight barely touched the ground. The air smelled sharp and earthy, filled with the scent of pine, wet soil, and decay. It was the smell I was looking for, the smell that promised distance from everything else. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was low, spilling gold across the treetops. The cabin was exactly as it had appeared online, wood that looked aged but sturdy, a chimney that had seen years of smoke, and a small porch with 2 rocking chairs, their paint chipped and faded. A feeling of satisfaction washed over me, the kind that comes when a plan finally materializes, when expectation meets reality. I parked the car on the dirt driveway, ran my hands over the door frame, and pushed the door open. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, dampness, and a faint hint of must, but it was clean enough. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight that filtered through the windows. The furniture was minimal. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a small bed tucked into one corner, and the fireplace with a stack of firewood neatly piled beside it. The kitchen was small, with a sink, a few cabinets, and a gas stove. I unpacked my bag, laid out the food I had brought, and settled in. The first night was quiet but uneasy. Even though I had been looking forward to the silence, there was something about the forest at night that unsettled me. The sounds were amplified. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the creek gurgling in the distance. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too far. Every creak of the cabin's floorboards sounded deliberate, intentional. I told myself it was just the house settling, the wind, animals moving through the underbrush. Still, sleep came reluctantly. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I packed a small backpack with water, food, a flashlight, and a pocket knife, more for reassurance than necessity. The forest was thick, the trails faint and overgrown, but I could see the tracks of animals. Deer, raccoons, even bears, judging by the paw prints in the mud. The creek was close by, winding through the trees, its water clear and cold. I followed it for hours, climbing over fallen logs, stepping carefully over moss-covered rocks, avoiding the thick patches of mud that would suck my boots down if I wasn't careful. As the day wore on, I realized I had wandered farther than I had intended. The trees seemed denser here, the forest darker. The sun was sinking, slanting light in odd directions, and the sounds of the forest grew louder, more immediate. Somewhere in the distance, I heard what sounded like running water, but when I followed the sound, it led me to a small ravine, steep and filled with jagged rocks. I could see no path beyond it, no trail that led back to the cabin. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't gotten lost. I had underestimated how easy it was to become disoriented in a forest that looked the same in every direction. I decided to turn back, marking landmarks in my mind. A fallen pine, a patch of bright orange mushrooms, a tree with a twisted branch that looked like a claw. I retraced my steps carefully, trying to keep my bearings, but as shadows lengthened, I realized something I hadn't expected. The forest didn't feel like it wanted me to leave. It wasn't a conscious intention, of course. It was just that the paths I thought I had memorized no longer matched the forest around me. The trees looked familiar, but not quite. The creek's bends seemed different. The sounds of birds and insects had shifted. By the time I saw the first glimpse of the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun had disappeared behind the trees. Twilight had thickened into early night, and the forest was alive with noises I couldn't identify. I felt a knot of fear tighten in my stomach, a kind of primal panic. I hurried toward the cabin, my boots crunching over dead leaves, my heart hammering with every sound, every movement. When I reached the cabin, everything seemed normal at first. The door was still there, the windows unbroken, the porch empty. I stepped inside and closed the door, leaning against it as if just the act of closing it could contain the terror I had felt in the forest. The cabin, in contrast to the wild outside, felt solid, reassuring. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the orange glow chasing the shadows back into the corners of the room. Sitting by the fire, I tried to calm my mind, reminding myself that I had chosen this isolation, that nothing here could hurt me unless I let it. The second night was worse. The sounds of the forest pressed against the cabin walls. I could hear something moving outside, footsteps, careful and deliberate, circling the cabin. I didn't dare look through the windows. My first thought was an animal, a deer or a bear, but the steps were too soft, too deliberate, too human. I grabbed my flashlight and pocket knife, creeping to the door. The forest was black outside, impenetrable. The rustling continued, moving around the perimeter. My pulse raced. I thought about calling for help, but my phone had no signal, not even a bar. Panic rose, sharp and choking. I sat on the floor, pressed against the wall, waiting, listening. Morning brought light and relief. The footsteps had stopped. The forest was calm again, birds singing, the creek gurgling. But the unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been watching me, waiting for the night to fall again. I decided to keep myself occupied, checking the cabin, repairing small things, making a fire, walking around the clearing during the day, trying to push back the fear with action. The following days were a mix of exploration and dread. Each time I ventured into the forest, I kept to the paths I had memorized, never straying far. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, the same trees, the same underbrush repeating, making it easy to get lost if I wasn't careful. Each night, I would barricade the door slightly with a chair, just in case, even though I knew it might not help. I tried to sleep during the day, nap in sunlight, but the quiet fear never left me. The forest had become a presence, silent, patient, watching. On the fourth night, the sound returned. Footsteps outside, faint but deliberate, circling the cabin, stopping at times, then moving again. My stomach churned. I held the flashlight in one hand, knife in the other, moving slowly to the door. The beam cut through the black, illuminating the edge of the clearing, the underbrush, but nothing moved. I waited, tense, listening. Then a low, guttural growl, followed by the sound of branches snapping close by. My heart stopped. It wasn't a bear, not quite. It was too deliberate, too controlled, too aware of me. I spent the entire night sitting by the fire, flashlight on, knife ready, too afraid to sleep. My body ached from tension, my mind cycling between fear and reasoning. By morning, exhaustion had replaced fear. I felt hollowed out, drained, like the forest had consumed a part of me. I knew I couldn't stay much longer. This was no longer about isolation or peace. It was about survival, about getting back to a place where the noises of the forest didn't feel like eyes on my back. I packed quickly, checking the cabin one last time. Everything appeared normal. No footprints outside, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing. The fear, though, was in me, not in the cabin. I started down the trail I had come in on, careful to mark landmarks and keep the sun to my left, remembering the twists and turns. The forest seemed calmer in the daylight, less threatening, though my pace was brisk, fueled by lingering dread. Hours later, I reached the end of the trail and the beginning of the dirt road that led back to civilization. Relief flooded me, a wave of exhaustion and gratitude. I kept moving, walking, and eventually reached the first signs of other people. A small park, a group of campers, a truck parked nearby. I stopped, leaning against a tree, breathing deeply, letting the presence of others wash over me. I felt safe again, human again. When I finally returned to my car and drove away from the forest, I didn't look back. The cabin remained there, quiet and unassuming. I had been looking forward to a quiet weekend in the cabin for weeks. My work had been relentless, and I was desperate for isolation. A place where the only noises would be the wind through the trees, the occasional bird, or the creek that ran a short distance from the small wooden structure I had rented. The cabin was advertised as off-grid, completely disconnected from the world. No cell service, no internet, and no neighbors within walking distance. The thought of such solitude was appealing, though I was well aware that being alone in the wilderness had its own risks. Still, I packed lightly, carrying enough food, water, and supplies for the 3 days I intended to stay. I made sure to bring a first aid kit, a heavy flashlight, and a gas-powered lantern, just in case the old electrical system inside the cabin failed. The drive to the cabin had been long, winding through forest roads that seemed narrower with every mile. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun had begun to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the road. I remember pulling up to the cabin and staring at it for a long moment, taking in the weathered wood, the moss growing along the sides, and the small stone chimney that rose from the roof. It looked unassuming, almost inviting, and yet there was a sense of isolation about it that was immediate and absolute. The kind of isolation where the nearest human being could be hours away. Inside, the cabin was modest but functional. A small kitchen area with a propane stove, a sink, and a wooden table dominated one corner. There was a single bedroom with a narrow bed and a thin mattress, enough to sleep comfortably for one person. A wood stove sat in the center of the room, and a stack of firewood rested beside it. I unpacked my supplies, setting everything neatly on the table. I checked the windows and doors, making sure the locks worked. Everything seemed intact, though I noted that the old cabin had a faint smell of damp wood and mildew. I didn't mind. It was the smell of wilderness living. The first night was uneventful, though I noticed the sounds of the forest seemed louder than I expected. There were rustlings in the underbrush, distant calls of animals, and the sound of the wind through the pines. It was soothing at first, but as the hours passed, I realized how unnerving it could be when there was no human sound at all. I slept fitfully, waking often to the creaks of the cabin as it settled and the occasional distant thump that made me sit up in bed, straining my ears. By morning, I felt a little on edge, but I chalked it up to being unaccustomed to complete solitude. I spent the day exploring the area. The cabin was near a small clearing surrounded by dense forest, with a creek running along one side. I walked along the creek, noting the broken branches and animal tracks in the mud. Deer, perhaps, and smaller tracks I couldn't immediately identify. The forest was thick, and the further I went, the more isolated I felt. I marked my path on a small map I had brought, making mental notes of landmarks in case I wandered too far. By mid-afternoon, I returned to the cabin, tired but exhilarated. I built a small fire in the stove, boiled water, and made myself a simple meal. That evening, as darkness fell, I felt the first true sense of unease. I had been sitting by the fire, reading, when I heard a distinct sound outside: footsteps. Not random rustling of leaves or animals, but deliberate, heavy steps approaching the cabin. My heart rate jumped. I checked the windows, peering into the darkness. The beam of my flashlight stretched across the clearing, but there was nothing visible. I told myself it was probably an animal, or perhaps my imagination, though the steps had been heavy and deliberate, almost human in cadence. I kept my knife within reach, placed the flashlight beside me, and waited. Hours passed, and eventually the sound stopped. I never saw anything, and I convinced myself that I must have misheard, that perhaps the wind had shifted a branch in a way that mimicked a footstep. I locked the doors carefully before going to bed, though sleep came slowly. The next morning, I noticed something odd. The firewood I had stacked outside was slightly disturbed. Some pieces were shifted, and the ground beneath them had faint impressions that looked like footprints. I examined them closely, noting that they seemed larger than mine, heavy, with a distinct heel mark. My stomach sank. I remembered the steps from the night before and realized I had not imagined them. Someone or something had been close to the cabin while I slept. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but the roads were narrow, and with no cell service, I couldn't call for help. I resolved to stay calm and make a plan to leave in daylight. I spent the day securing the cabin further. I placed heavier objects against the doors, inspected the windows, and made a makeshift alarm with tin cans and string that would make noise if someone attempted to enter. I also prepared for the possibility of having to defend myself. I checked my supplies: the knife, a small hatchet, and even a small flare gun I had brought along for emergencies. Every sound from the forest made me tense. Every shadow seemed to shift with intent. I kept the lantern lit as long as possible, though it consumed fuel quickly. That night, the footsteps returned, more distinct than before. They circled the cabin slowly, pausing at the corners, moving in deliberate, cautious steps. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs, the faint scrape of something against the cabin walls. I remained in the bedroom, heart pounding, clutching my knife. The makeshift alarm I had set with the tin cans clattered loudly when one of the steps brushed against the string. The footsteps froze for a moment, then continued, eventually fading into the distance. I did not sleep at all that night, staying awake with the knife in my hand, waiting for the dawn. Morning brought little relief. The footprint impressions around the cabin were more numerous, indicating that whoever had been outside had moved methodically, almost inspecting the property. I realized with a chill that this was no random trespasser. Someone had been here before, someone who knew how to move quietly and watch without being seen. Panic set in. I needed to leave, but the forest roads were narrow, and I wasn't sure of the condition of the car. I decided to spend the day preparing an escape, making sure the vehicle had fuel, clearing the path, and making a mental plan to leave quickly. The afternoon was tense. I checked the woods repeatedly, scanning for any movement, any sign of presence. The isolation that had seemed peaceful at first now felt oppressive, suffocating. Every sound was amplified. The rustle of leaves, a bird taking off, the snap of a branch. By late afternoon, I noticed something more disturbing. A series of small disturbances in the forest leading away from the cabin. Broken branches, footprints, and subtle changes in the underbrush suggested that someone had been walking in circles around the property for hours. My fear became acute, the realization sinking in that I might be being watched constantly. As night fell, I prepared for confrontation. I set the cabin for maximum security, reinforced doors and windows with whatever I could find, and kept the flare gun and knife close. The footsteps started again, slow and deliberate, moving from side to side, circling the cabin with terrifying patience. I did not sleep that night either, clutching my weapons, heart racing, muscles tight with anticipation. By dawn, I had not moved from my position, too fearful to leave, too aware that the person outside could attack at any moment. When the morning finally came, I made my move. I waited until the footsteps receded, then ran to the car, my supplies hastily packed. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches whipping against my arms and legs as I ran, leaves and dirt kicked up in my wake. I started the car and drove off the narrow road, keeping alert for any sign that I was being followed. The sense of relief was overwhelming as I returned to the main road and eventually found cell service. I called the authorities, reporting the incident, but by the time they arrived, the forest was empty, the cabin quiet. I never returned to that cabin. The rental agency confirmed that no one had been living nearby. No reports of visitors had been logged, and the nearest town was miles away. It was unsettling to realize that someone had been close enough to watch me, move around the cabin, and remain unseen. And yet there was no trace once I left. The experience stayed with me, shaping the way I approached isolation and wilderness travel. In the weeks and months afterward, I invested in better security equipment for future trips, including cameras, motion sensors, and more reliable communication tools. I also learned to trust my instincts more, recognizing that a sense of unease in isolation is rarely unfounded. The cabin experience taught me the fragility of safety in the wilderness, the thin line between solitude and vulnerability, and the necessity of preparation and vigilance. It changed the way I thought about being alone, the sounds of the forest, and the awareness that even in complete isolation, danger can find its way quietly and deliberately, leaving a lasting impression that nothing else can erase. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, the anticipation building steadily in my chest until it felt almost unbearable. The idea of being completely alone in a small cabin, deep in the woods, with nothing but the trees, the river, and myself was the kind of peace I craved after months of constant noise, traffic, and the endless drone of other people's schedules. I had packed meticulously, double-checking every item, making sure I had more than enough food, extra blankets, batteries, and a first aid kit. The plan was simple: drive to the trailhead, hike to the cabin, and spend a week disconnected from everything. No phone, no internet, no distractions, just solitude and nature. I thought it would be calming, restorative even. I didn't know then how much it would test me. The drive to the trailhead took hours. The city gradually disappeared behind me, replaced by rolling hills, farmlands, and then dense forests. The sunlight filtered through the tall pines, the shadows stretching long and thin as I drove further in. Birds chirped faintly, and occasionally I saw deer grazing near the edge of the trees. I parked at the small dirt trailhead, taking a moment to adjust my pack and double-check that I had everything. The air smelled different here, cleaner, wetter, and somehow heavier, like it carried a weight of silence. I set off on the trail, my boots crunching over fallen leaves and loose stones. At first, the hike was easy, almost enjoyable. The path wound gradually upward, the forest thickening around me. Every now and then, I would pause to look around, noticing small details, the texture of the bark, the way moss clung to the shaded side of rocks, the faint trails of animals weaving through the underbrush. I felt a light thrill at being alone in this environment, completely self-reliant. The first few miles passed without incident, but then I began to notice the subtle sounds of the forest at this time of day. The snapping of twigs underfoot, the occasional rustle of leaves high above, the far-off cry of a bird I couldn't identify. Nothing dangerous, nothing threatening, just the forest alive. By mid-afternoon, I reached a small clearing with a stream running through it. I stopped to refill my water and eat a snack, enjoying the cool water and the soft light that filtered through the canopy. The path from here became rougher. Tree roots snaked across it, and the incline grew steeper. My legs burned slightly, but I welcomed the physical exertion. The forest felt more enclosed here, the trees growing taller and closer together. The light dimmed even though it was only late afternoon, and I noticed a strange chill settling into my shoulders. The cabin came into view just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. It was small and simple, made of weathered logs with a metal roof that reflected the last rays of sunlight. A stone chimney rose from one side, though there was no smoke now. The porch sagged slightly under its own weight, and a single window reflected the forest behind me. I felt a wave of relief and excitement, having made it in one piece, and approached carefully, noting every detail. The door was unlocked, as the caretaker had told me it would be, and inside it smelled faintly of wood and dust, clean but untouched. I set down my pack and began unpacking. I laid out the sleeping bag, checked the small wood stove, and arranged my food supplies. The cabin was simple: a main room with a stove, a small table, a chair, and a loft where I would sleep. There was a small bathroom, a bucket-style toilet, and a small pile of firewood stacked near the door. The interior felt safe and familiar, almost comforting, though the faint silence of being completely alone pressed against me in ways I hadn't anticipated. That first night, I slept fitfully. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped, the wind outside causing the old logs to groan. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the low, mournful call of an owl, followed by the rustle of something moving through the trees. It was far enough away to be harmless, but close enough to make me notice it. I thought I might be imagining things, letting my mind play tricks in the unfamiliar quiet. I woke several times, hearing soft thumps or branches tapping against the cabin. But each time I reassured myself that it was only the forest settling, the wind, or small animals. By morning, I was exhausted but relieved to see sunlight spilling through the window. The next few days passed similarly. I explored the nearby area, marking a small path along the stream, and collected dry wood for the stove. The forest felt alive, full of movement and sound. Birds, squirrels, and the occasional deer became familiar companions. I started to feel confident, capable even. My routines were simple: gather water, prepare food, walk along the forest paths, and sit by the cabin writing in a small journal. I felt a sense of peace that I hadn't realized I was missing. Then, on the fourth day, something changed. It began as a subtle feeling, a tension in my shoulders, a sense of being watched. I noticed the small things first: the faint sound of footsteps on the porch that didn't match mine, the occasional rustling outside when I was sure no animal was nearby. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that the forest was full of life, that maybe a deer or a raccoon was exploring near the cabin. But the feeling persisted, growing heavier, more oppressive. Late that afternoon, I went to the stream to fill my water bottle. As I bent down to scoop water, I heard a sharp crack behind me, like a branch snapping under weight. I froze, listening. The forest was quiet now, Eerily so. My heart began to race, and I stood slowly, scanning the trees. There was nothing there, nothing I could see. I reminded myself I was alone, that I had checked the area thoroughly the day before. My rational mind fought against the growing unease in my chest. I returned to the cabin, but the sense of being watched did not fade. If anything, it intensified. I kept checking the windows, scanning the treeline, but saw only shadows. By the evening, I was on edge, jumpy at every small sound. A twig snapping, a rock tumbling down the slope, the wind brushing the roof. I double-checked my supplies, made sure the stove was secure, and kept a heavy branch near the door. I knew I had to stay calm, but the primal sense of danger refused to leave me. Around midnight, the worst happened. I woke to a noise at the window, sharp and deliberate. Something was moving outside, pressing against the glass. My heart lurched, and my breath caught in my throat. I grabbed the branch and crept cautiously to the window. Outside, shadows shifted, and I glimpsed a figure moving through the trees. My mind raced, trying to rationalize. Perhaps a hiker had gotten lost, or someone had followed the trail to the cabin. The realization hit me. I was completely alone in a remote area, and someone was out there, watching. The vulnerability sank into me like a stone. I spent the rest of the night awake, sitting with my back against the wall, listening. Every sound was magnified. The wind, the branches, the distant call of an animal. I felt trapped in my own body, unable to rest, unable to ignore the threat. Dawn brought some relief, the sun filtering weakly through the trees, but I knew I couldn't stay inside passively. I had to plan. The next day, I moved cautiously. I gathered extra supplies, took the time to set traps and alarms. Small things like scattering rocks on the path to make noise, setting trip lines that would alert me if anyone approached. I stayed vigilant, constantly scanning the forest. I also started hiking along nearby trails, mapping potential escape routes, noting areas where I could hide or defend myself if necessary. The tension never left me, but I forced myself to keep moving, to keep thinking logically. On the fifth night, I heard them again, moving closer this time. I didn't see the figure clearly, but I could sense their presence outside. I stayed in the cabin, keeping lights off and remaining quiet. Hours passed, each minute stretching endlessly. At one point, I saw the shadow of someone passing the window, but when I shone my flashlight briefly, they disappeared. I realized that this was no random wanderer. Someone had intentionally come to the cabin, and they were trying to intimidate me. Fear mixed with anger, and I resolved that I would not allow myself to be trapped. By the sixth day, I had formulated a plan. I would leave the cabin at first light and hike to the nearest road, a distance I had mapped earlier but had avoided until now because of the sense of security the cabin provided. I packed carefully, keeping essentials in my backpack: water, food, the first aid kit, and the branch I had been carrying like a weapon. I moved quietly, listening for signs of anyone following. My heart pounded with every sound, but my mind was clear. I knew I had to get out safely. The journey to the road was tense and exhausting. I stayed off the main trail as much as possible, moving through denser parts of the forest, using my knowledge of the terrain to avoid open areas. I kept looking over my shoulder, but saw no one. The forest seemed calmer now, the oppressive presence lifted, perhaps because the intruder had lost interest, or perhaps because they had never followed closely. I didn't stop until I finally broke